Chapter 961. You're right. There's no reason to reason with the burning order. Even if the astral souls knew about it, they would have nothing to say. They just didn't want to live anymore and self-destructed. But you were there. Aren't you just unlucky? What experience? What merit? Zhuoxiao Duo won't get a single bit of it. He will only die in the continuous explosions. In the end, he'll be turned into minced meat after the last explosion. But the burning order isn't something we can use. Sha Zhi smiled bitterly. Sha Yu said indifferently, hand over Zhuoxiao's information to the elders and let them analyze that he's even more dangerous than Silent Storm Thunderbolt. That's enough. You don't have to say anything, and we don't have to do anything. That's right. Sha Hun clapped his hands. Sister Yu is indeed wise. Sha Yu snorted and said, but we can't keep this to ourselves. We have to inform the other families. Sha Hai. Sister Yu, I'm here. Sha Hai was very honest. Spread this news and Zhuoxiao's information to the 12 families as soon as possible. Also, tell those families that had young soul transformation stage geniuses who died in the astral souls that Zhuoxiao Duo is here. Their great enemy is here. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Sha Yu said coldly, let these people go and exhaust them first. If they can really kill Zhuoxiao Duo first, then we don't want any of the benefits and merit points. All of it will be theirs. If they fail, then the burning order will be used. At that time, no one will be able to say anything. Sha Yu sighed softly. The burning order is admirable. If we can prevent too many of them from dying, we should try our best to avoid it. Even if we have to pay a little more, it's only right. Yes, Sister Yu. Sha Yu said lightly, we must spread this news throughout the Umno Alliance in the shortest time possible. Wait. Sha Hun stopped Sha Hai. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, I've thought of a few words. I'll send them out as well. What words? How many years has it been since the rise of the astral souls? How many years has it been since the rise of the astral souls? How many years has it been since the 3 races were pacified? How many years has it been since the world was unified? Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and said, spread the word as soon as possible. Tell them that this is a prophecy passed down in the astral souls. It's fine as long as you don't know anything else. What is this? Sha Hai was confused. What did that mean? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to spread the news. Someone will naturally interpret it, Sha Hun said calmly. All right. Sha Hai hurried out. He was really anxious now. He didn't expect Zhuoxiao Duo to appear in the Wu people's headquarters. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhuoxiao Duo kid, since you're here, don't even think about going back. You're destined to be buried here. From now on, the nightmare will cease to exist. Watching Sha Hai leave, Sha Yu muttered to herself. She looked at Sha Hun and said, Sha Hun, you're still the most cunning one. No wonder the elders always say that narrow-eyed people don't have good intentions. It's true. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and said, it's just a psychological trick. It's nothing. However, this Zhuoxiao Duo, are you really not going to take a look? Someone beside said, didn't you say that it's not appropriate for us to take action? Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, we'll try our best not to take action. However, not taking action doesn't prevent us from watching the show. Also, Zhuoxiao Duo was able to improve so quickly. Do you think that he doesn't have any secrets? He lowered his voice and said, I just heard. It said that when Mo Yingfeng was suddenly killed, someone seemed to have heard a sigh. It was very, very soft. It was said that. He suddenly stopped. The dozens of people around them all pricked up their ears to listen. Sha Hun said mysteriously, those were 4 words. It said that. Unbind. Sha Zhi couldn't help but laugh. You've read too many novels on Chidian Chinese Network, right? That sigh, is it an old grandpa who carries you around? Everyone burst out laughing. Sha Hun himself also narrowed his eyes and laughed uncontrollably. However, Sha Yu pondered for a moment and said, I'll go and watch the show. I'll go too. We'll all go. Watching a show is my favorite. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. However, there was a flash of light in his eyes. The so-called system was, of course, a joke made by Sha Han. It didn't exist at all. In fact, if such a thing really appeared, for high-level cultivators with a certain level of cultivation, most of them wouldn't care about external objects that could affect their cultivation. They would avoid it like the plague. If they really had a system, it would mean that they would be controlled by others for the rest of their lives. And for cultivators who had entered the path of cultivation, who would be willing to be a puppet for the rest of their lives. Not to mention other things, it would be difficult to deal with inner demons that disturbed one's own state of mind. However, this didn't stop Sha Han from using this method to remind everyone that Zhuo Duo might have a great fortune that wasn't inferior to the system. It might even be a great opportunity that was beyond imagination. Although they didn't know what it was exactly, it was inevitable that it would be useful. Everyone chatted and laughed. After a while, they set off together. There weren't any more speculations about Zhuo Duo. However, in the depths of everyone's eyes, there was a flash of light. It was obvious that everyone's mind was spinning with their own thoughts. San Soul's words gave rise to endless associations in everyone's minds. That's right. Zhuo Duo has only entered the path of cultivation for a little more than a year. Previously, he was in a completely useless state and had to repeat 5 years. Suddenly, he soared to the sky. There must be a reason. To be able to turn a useless person into the top choice of the current generation of talents, his opportunity might be an innate spiritual treasure. It's said that among the innate spiritual treasures, there are many that can condense spiritual liquid to assist in cultivation. In the early stage of cultivation, it's almost a piece of cake to be able to catch up and surpass geniuses of the same age in half a year. Perhaps Zhuo Duo had such an opportunity? This kind of great fortune in cultivation does exist. For example, it's said that the Ice Abyss, which was originally the brother-in-law of the Fire Abyss Witch. It's said that when the Fire Abyss Witch became a great witch, the Ice Abyss Witch was just a playboy. He even had the elegant title of the #1 scumbag of the younger generation. However, after obtaining the Ice Soul during an adventure, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He went from the #1 scumbag of the younger generation to the #1 scumbag of the 12 great witches. It's clear that this kind of thing really exists. There are precedents to follow. It's not just the Ice Abyss Witch. It's said that the southern marshal of the Astral Souls continent, Nenjing, was also a person who progressed very slowly in cultivation. However, by chance, he obtained a mysterious flying knife. That flying knife had the miraculous effect of assisting cultivation. That's why Nanjingqian's cultivation speed caught up with his peers and even became outstanding. It could be said that it was the cornerstone for him to eventually become a marshal. Although this kind of thing can't be said to be everywhere, there are still many people who have seen it. It's not uncommon. And Zhuo Duo, I think, also obtained this kind of opportunity. It's not impossible to seize this kind of opportunity. I believe that as long as Zhuo Duo is killed, the opportunity in his possession will become an ownerless item. If I get it, I'll definitely have a chance to become a great witch. Or even an existence that surpasses the great witch. However, with so many people going together, even if I have a chance, it'll be a lot thinner because of these many people. I'll have to think of a way. However, the most important thing now is to go. If I don't go, I won't have a chance at all. As for Shaja, he said indifferently, Zhuo Duo bullied my brother. I must avenge my brother. Everyone was speechless. What a good reason. The news from the desert ocean was sent out one after another. In a very short time, it caused a great commotion among countless Umno Alliance families. Zhuo Duo came to the Umno Alliance. The great enemy who killed their genius actually came to the Umno Alliance. He was simply courting death. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to avenge their genius. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, an order was quickly passed down. Zhuo Duo is currently the #1 person on the human favor order list. No family or force is allowed to send experts above the Sky Realm, including Sky Realm experts, to deal with Zhuo Duo. Those who violate this order will be exterminated. When this order was passed down, countless people were puzzled. What was the human favor order? Why were cultivators above the sky realm not allowed to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo? However, the higher-ups didn't give any explanation at all. They just passed down an order to the Umno Alliance. The only thing the people below needed to do was to follow the order. Therefore, the human favor order suddenly became the hottest topic in the Umno Alliance. Many people were asking, what is the human favor order? Then, the human favor order, which used to only exist in the higher-ups, was revealed in front of everyone. After all, there were many people who knew about the human favor order. Naturally, one person spread it to 10 people, and 10 people spread it to 100 people. I see. So this is the so-called human favor order. This is the protection that the higher-ups give to their geniuses. Everyone enjoys the protection of the human favor order. Naturally, there's nothing wrong with that. But now, what should we do? As people learned about the human favor order, the incineration orders suddenly came into everyone's attention. It turned out that it could be done like this. Then, many families started to think about it. Many experts of the families had already set out and rushed to the place where Zhuoxiao Duo appeared. Countless geniuses of the Umno Alliance, God Reigning Realm, and Guixian Realm experts had heard of the name Zhuoxiao Duo, who dominated the nascent Soul region. They had long been curious about this person and naturally set out to find him. At the same time that Sha Hun's words also began to spread in the Umno Alliance. Chapter 962. How many years will it take for the astral souls to rise? How many years will it take for the astral souls to rise? How many years will it take for the three races to be pacified? How many years will it take for the world to be unified? This sentence sounded very normal, but in fact, most people did not think much of it. They just snorted. This was a sentence that had been said in the astral souls continent for many years. Many people were saying it, and many people were looking forward to it. The people of the astral souls continent were dreaming too much. They actually wanted to wipe out the three races and unify the world. That they really did not know their limits. However, there were always people with ulterior motives in this world. They were used to making simple things complicated. When they saw this sentence, they all frowned. In their eyes, this sentence had a deeper and more obscure meaning. When they thought of Zhuoxiao Duo, who had recently turned the Umno Alliance upside down, some people suddenly had a feeling of realization. Then, they felt a chill run down their spines. How many years? The key is how many years. This number of years, if we take it apart. If we understand it as many young people? Many young people? Or Zhuoxiao Duo has reached the age of young people. But looking at the situation now, this Zhuoxiao Duo can't be separated. Could this prophecy be referring to Zhuoxiao Duo? Zhuoxiao Duo will pacify the three races in the future? Unify the world? This Zhuoxiao Duo is actually so dangerous? My guess is right? Could it be the truth? Whether it was the truth or not, these people with ulterior motives in the Umno Alliance had, sooner or later, spread their epiphany. Whether it was right or not, it was absolutely necessary to report this discovery. If it was true, the consequences would be too serious. They could not let their guard down. The people of the Umno Alliance immediately contacted their spies in the Astral Souls continent. Did this sentence appear before them? Speaking of this, he had to praise Sha Hun for his meticulousness. Because this sentence had truly existed before. Although it was only a part of it that had been dissected, this sentence was simply too common, too common. Whenever there was a gathering of friends, they would sigh and say, how many years will it take for astral souls to flourish? All of the spies were dumbfounded at the confirmation of the relevant clues. It was such a normal sentence. What did he want to confirm? Was there anything worth confirming? Hence, he replied, isn't this sentence very common? This sentence had been said here for God knows how many years already. There was nothing wrong with this reply. However, the moment the Wizard Alliance received this reply, they were even more horrified and felt their hearts turn cold. It was actually true? Then, as a prophecy, wouldn't it be a perfect match for Zhuoxiao Duo? Couldn't they be more compatible? Thus, the Umno Alliance came to a conclusion. Kill Zhuoxiao Duo at all costs. Request for the incineration order. At this moment, in the faraway continent of astral souls, Shangjing, another secret message was sent. The heavenly Tao of astral souls is chaotic and obscured from the heavens. However, I can vaguely see a malefic star heading south, hanging over the Witch Land. My guess is that the number one genius of the human relations order, Duo, is currently in the Umno Alliance's territory. I hope that the Umno Alliance will do everything in their power to kill him. We must not let him return to the astral souls. This was a highly confidential piece of information. It was the highest level of confidentiality, and it was directly sent to the highest office of the Umno Alliance. After the other side received the secret letter and confirmed that it was a drawing of a white cloud, they did not dare to be negligent and immediately reported it to the heavenly kings of the Wizard Alliance, who were in charge of all the affairs of the Wizard Alliance continent. The heavenly kings also realized the seriousness of the situation. This was a message that was sent at the risk of exposing the biggest mole in the organization. It was obvious that the spy attached great importance to this matter. Where is Duo now? What's his position? The target is currently approaching the Scarlet Sun Mountains. He's currently moving around the Lone Bamboo Mountains at an extremely fast speed. Order the nearby garrisons to seal off the Lone Bamboo Mountains and the Scarlet Sun Mountains. Not only the roads, but even the secret places in the sky, the ground, and the forests must be heavily guarded. Although Sky Realm cultivators and above can't attack, they can lock onto the target's position from high up in the sky. They must report their position at all times so that the target has nowhere to hide. Use the incineration order immediately to kill this person and eliminate all future troubles. Send out all the Umno Alliance's incineration order holders and divide them into 10 battle echelons. The first wave will be a 100-man incineration order group as a probing attack. After this wave of attack, we'll determine the follow-up attack pattern based on the situation. Yes. For a moment, the Umno Alliance's territory was in turmoil. This series of changes made the demonic path ancestral master Lei Changtian a little dumbfounded. With his experience and shrewd eyesight, how could he not see that the current situation was starting to go wrong? It was gradually developing in a direction that was completely out of his control. At this moment, he was still floating in the sky and overseeing the overall situation. Naturally, he could clearly sense that the movements and auras of the nearby Wizard Alliance cities, military camps, garrisons, and other forces suddenly showed an intense turbulence that was similar to a boiling pot. Then, in a very short period of time, the auras of countless high-level cultivators gathered from all directions. The garrisons of the 5 legions at the front also began to move in unison towards the Scarlet Sun Mountains and the Lone Bamboo Mountains. The overall movement of the army was like a giant pincer. It was as if they were going to surround this place and block off all possible escape routes. Even further away, the army that was originally heading towards the front lines suddenly turned around and rushed over here. Such a targeted movement made Lei Changtian sweat on his forehead. How could there be such a big movement? The current movement was so big that it could be said to be a big breakthrough. Just the size of the 6 legions that were mobilized had already exceeded 600,000 people. And with every passing second, the momentum that was pressing towards this place was a little thicker. And the only thing that could cause such a situation and create such a feeling was that a large number of experts were gathering from afar and from all directions. On the 4th day, the first batch of people had already rushed into the Lone Bamboo Mountains. And this first batch of people had already reached 3,000 people. And after this first batch of people rushed in, there was an endless stream of people coming in and continuing to enter. Lei Zhangtian was high up in the sky, looking down from above. He looked at the high-level cultivators of the Wizard Alliance from all directions. It was like a gathering of ants. The black mass of people kept rushing over from afar and plunging into the ground. At first, it was in groups of 3 to 5, then it was in groups of 30 to 50. Then, on the 5th day, it was already in groups of 3 to 500 people rushing down. What the hell, what's going on? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded and speechless. For a long time, he was speechless. Speaking of which, he had already tried his best to overestimate the influence of his grandson, But he still didn't expect such a result. Especially when he checked the momentum of the thousands of Skysoar realm experts that had suddenly gathered, he started to feel a little numb. Then, he saw that there were a few Dao integration stage experts hiding among them, and they were using their divine senses to lock down the Crimson Sun Mountain area. Lei Changtan felt even more guilty. Lei Changtan felt like his but was on fire. This fucking can't go too far, right? Speaking of the Umno Alliance's current lineup, not to mention that Zhuo Duo had yet to reach the God-reigning realm, even if he was at the peak of the God-reigning realm, or even the peak of the profound returning realm, it would be extremely difficult to win over them. Lei Changtian checked again, and after confirming that there were no signs of great shamans making a move, he felt relieved. As long as there are no great shamans leading the team. Who was Lei Changtian? He was a peerless expert, second only to the three pillars of the astral souls of the Umno Alliance, Dao League and Astral Souls. As long as there were no peerless experts of the same level as him present, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take Zhuo Duo away safely with his skills. However, no matter how powerful Lei Changtian was, he didn't dare to face the current lineup of the Umno Alliance head-on. Sometimes, a person's strength was limited. Even if it was him, if he wanted to face an army of hundreds of thousands of high-level cultivators head-on, other than the Flood Witch's peerless hammer and a certain long saber, even Taoist Lei wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Lei Changtian was certain that although the current lineup was huge and had greatly exceeded his expectations, as long as there were no great shamans leading the team, the situation was still within his control. However, if any of the 12 great shamans appeared here, this old man would immediately throw away his face and ask for help from Yu Dongtian and his son, as well as the great commanders of the four directions. However, the current situation still made this old man, no matter how confident he was, somewhat frightened. What on earth did this kid do? How could a junior like him cause such a big commotion in the Umno Alliance? Damn it. Even if I threw Nanjing Qian here, I might not be able to cause such an effect, right? It was true that Lei Changtian was the demon ancestor, and he was experienced in the ways of the world. However, he hadn't stepped foot in the mortal world for many years, so it was inevitable that the information he knew was limited. For example, he knew about the secret training in the Starlight Mountains, but he didn't know much about it. For example, he didn't know what his good grandson had done in there. He also didn't know how great his grandson's ability to cause trouble was. Let's see. For the first time, Lei Changtian's face showed a worried expression. He had already started to think, if things went really bad, I would directly rush down and grab him by the scruff of his neck and run away. No one in the Umno Alliance camp could stop me. However, things had developed to this point, and Lei Changtian was really a little bit at a loss. Daughter, don't worry. Dad won't harm my grandson at this moment. Zhuo Duo was already bathed in blood. He was like a faint trace of blood in the forest, continuing to advance towards the southeast. His direction had always been constant. That was the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass. As long as he killed his way back, he would be safe. Chapter 963. And one of the major reasons why Zhuo Duo continued to advance without any hesitation was because now, it was just the beginning, the news had not spread widely, and the blocking forces along the way were not very strong. As long as he rushed all the way like this, he could shorten the distance by a lot. This was also the easiest time to rush. It was estimated that after rushing through this wave, it would really be the time when the bayonet was red, when the masters came out in large numbers and countless strong pillars blocked the way. Only then would he need to go all out and risk his life to deal with it. As for now, while the masters of the enemy had not arrived yet, he only needed to rush forward, maximizing his speed and shortening the distance between himself and the other side. Like a light smoke, he moved at the speed of light in the mountain forest. On this side, there was a loud bang and half of the mountain was blown up, but he had already gone 10,000 meters in the other direction and started to kill again. The sword in his hand, the hidden weapons in his hand, he constantly attacked and killed the enemy. Bai and Jiao anxiously cried out. But Zhuo Duo was not moved at all. Now was not the time to use the Eternal Stone of Astral Souls and the 99 Cat Hammer. He knew very well that every corpse he killed was being studied by someone behind. The Eternal Stone of Astral Souls was his trump card, and could not be easily exposed. And the 9-9 cat hammer, even more so. So far, there were already 2,000 space rings stained with blood in the Tower of Annihilation. Although they were all low-level, but even a mosquito's leg was meat, and as long as he brought it back, it could be exchanged for money. They were all resources. With another loud bang, 40 to 50 people rushed forward together and swarmed over. Zhuoxiaoduo did not even blink, and more than 50 small gourds poured out like a storm. The cat spirit sword in his hand was as fast as a special chef cutting shredded potatoes, and he chopped off 49 arms. His empty left hand was not idle either, and with a flow of energy he skillfully grabbed all 49 rings in his hand. His body was like a meteor, rushing through the 49 people who were lying on the ground. Although his movements were frequent, from beginning to end, his speed did not slow down at all. The series of movements were as smooth as flowing water, natural and without the slightest hesitation. The only flaw in this series of actions was probably the landing point of the 50th small gourd. Although it passed through a big tree and exploded on the forehead of a person behind the tree, taking away his life, the position was a little too far. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't get the ring he was carrying with him. He could only choose to give up. While he thought to himself that it was a pity, he was already 3,000 meters away. After killing another 10-man squad, Zhuoxiaoduo dashed into a patch of dense grass on the left side as if he was playing whack-a-mole. Then he drilled 3 meters into the ground, burning holes along the way. In one breath, he had covered a distance of more than 100 meters. At this point, he had already entered the territory of Lone Bamboo Mountain. The Lone Bamboo Mountain range was located in the center. It was famous because of the Lone Bamboo Mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The name of Lone Bamboo Mountain came from the lone starlight bamboo that grew at the top of the mountain. But now, the legendary starlight bamboo had already been cut down by the Zhumang shaman of the Umno Alliance to be used as a weapon. There was not even a single bamboo on Lone Bamboo Mountain. It had not lived up to its name for a long time. But today, there was an extra military camp on the mountainside of Lone Bamboo Mountain. It had fallen from the sky a day ago and had already been set up. In just one day and one night, they had already dug more than 100,000 traps on the mountain. All to serve Zhuoxiaoduo. Because this was the only way to return to the Sun Moon Pass. This path full of traps and thorns would lead Zhuoxiaoduo to the path of hell. Even if all 20,000 of us die, we must kill Zhuoxiaoduo. Don't wait for the burning order. Don't tell me that our Umno Alliance's soldiers don't even dare to self-destruct. Kill Zhuoxiaoduo. I will sacrifice myself to pave a path to the heavens for my other brothers. Beyond Lone Bamboo Mountain is Lone Bamboo City. In Lone Bamboo City, there are our fellow villagers, our parents, our children, our wives, our descendants. Once Zhuoxiaoduo enters Lone Bamboo City, we may not be able to kill him in the city, but we can imagine how much damage Lone Bamboo City will suffer. I heard that this Zhuoxiaoduo is the most vicious and merciless person. He kills people like flies, rapes and pillages. There is nothing he won't do. His hands are stained with blood. We can't let such a murderer near our families. We can't let that happen. Never. Kill Zhuoxiaoduo. Kill Zhuoxiaoduo. Kill the spy from the astral souls and protect us. We are men of the Umno Alliance, and we have the courage to do so. The commander's speech made the cultivators' blood boil. Their morale soared to the heavens. The commander of the 20,000 soldiers was at the peak of the profound returning realm, a half-step ascension realm cultivator. Against Zhuoxiaoduo, it was the perfect time to send all of them. Although there weren't any ascension realm cultivators, there were still quite a few profound returning realm cultivators. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed into Lone Bamboo Mountain, and after less than 500 meters in stealth, he felt that something was wrong. This was clearly a net waiting. Looking at the countless thin threads in front of him, as well as the intertwining and flickering infrared rays in front of him. Damn it, I was wondering why the pursuers didn't come here. It turns out that they have already set up an inescapable trap for me. Originally, Zhuoxiaoduo's plan was to find a place to hide and dig. The difficulty of digging a tunnel was that it was inefficient and time-consuming. It also consumed too much energy and was difficult to continue. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had the Tower of Annihilation in his hands. If he was underground, he could enter a state of recovery at any time. As the difference in the flow of time between the two sides was not small, as long as he controlled it well, he could almost form an uninterrupted continuous excavation. Furthermore, with the help of the Heavenly Witch copper shovel, digging was a piece of cake. Using this method to pass through Lone Bamboo Mountain was much cheaper than facing the enemy head-on. It was also much safer. But now, after seeing how tight the enemy's defense was, his original plan was definitely not going to work. If he made a mistake, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flickered as he made up his mind. Using his fastest speed, he charged forward forcefully. It was as if a bolt of lightning had passed through the sky, covering a distance of 1,500 meters. Along the way, he broke more than 10,000 threads. Below, boom 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 boom. In the whole area, all the buried landmines and bombs were detonated one after another. For a moment, the mountain shook and the ground shook. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The power of modern explosives was shown in an instant. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had already gone thousands of meters away. His body turned into energy and rushed up to the sky. In an instant, he moved 3,000 meters horizontally. After making a turn in the air, he arrived at the other side and landed silently. With a slight movement of the Heavenly Witch copper shovel, Zhou Xiaoduo had already burrowed into the dense grass. They dug all the way down. Although the original plan of digging through the mountain was no longer feasible, they could still use this method to temporarily gain some breathing time. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo was too optimistic. All of a sudden, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was already 70 to 80 meters underground, felt his heart throbbing as he felt that something was wrong. Danger! Although he did not know why, Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate to enter the Tower of Annihilation the moment the sense of danger rose in his heart. At this moment, at the position where he was burrowing down, about 10 meters below, an unknown number of explosives were suddenly detonated. The strong explosive force rushed up from the ground like a volcanic eruption. The concentrated explosion produced a mushroom cloud that rushed into the air. At this moment, half of the mountain was almost blown up. A few figures flashed to the high altitude of the explosion and smelled the pungent smell of gunpowder. A handsome middle-aged man wearing the military uniform of the UMNO Alliance said, "It seems that I guessed right." Seeing that the military has set up a tight defense, the other party simply charged forward and detonated the explosives. Then, he used his super body movement to move to another position in another direction. He even went underground. Finally, the arrangement was right. Even if he went underground, it would be difficult to avoid. But I don't know if he was hurt this time. Don't be blindly optimistic. If you predict the situation to be worse, it will only be beneficial for the encirclement later. Any carelessness or negligence may cause all our efforts to be in vain. The other person had a resolute face and hawk-like eyes. As soon as the mushroom cloud rose, the military experts in all directions rushed to the center of the explosion without any regard for their own safety. In 3 seconds, they had already turned the area upside down, but they did not find anything. The handsome middle-aged officer of the UMNO Alliance said slowly with a sullen face, "Just now, the target did appear from here. Otherwise, the explosives would not have detonated. Only after he burrowed into the ground and the microwave oscillator picked up his aura would this happen. Not to mention that the oscillator's waves can distinguish between friend and foe. Our people would definitely not rashly enter this area at this time." So, the person who triggered the microwave oscillator could only be Zhou Xiaoduo. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo must have been shaken. Even if it did not take his life, it would not be easy for him. If Zhou Xiaoduo can't find it, or if he is not injured, then Zhou Xiaoduo either has a unique concealment technique, or a defensive treasure that we do not know about, or a defensive space. It is said that Master Dan Kong once went to the interior of the astral souls and destroyed one of their research. The result of that research is said to be a space treasure with the goal of carrying people. Although Master Dan Kong successfully destroyed the research, they still kept some half-finished products. That thing is called the space-destroying tower. Chapter 964. According to the information we have on Zhuoxiao Duo, the principal of the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing, owns such a tower of annihilation. If Yi Changqing gave his tower of annihilation to Zhuoxiao Duo, and if the information is correct, the main reason why Zhuoxiao Duo was able to avoid this disaster was that he escaped into the tower of annihilation in time, which has the ability to accommodate living people. The elegant and handsome middle-aged military officer said calmly, "For now, we haven't found anything." The vital signs collection device also didn't find any vital signs of Zhuoxiao Duo. However, I estimate that Zhuoxiao Duo couldn't have been killed by the explosion. Whether it was his cultivation or the combat strength he displayed, it shouldn't have been so. Therefore, I'm more inclined to believe that he has the Tower of Annihilation that belonged to the principal of the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing. Pass down the order. The entire army is to search the land, mud, and mountain rock within a radius of 5,000 meters to confirm the existence of such a small tower. Search according to the depth of the explosion. The deepest position underground is 120 meters. If you find it, don't act rashly. Immediately gather the suicide squad and directly self-destruct it. Thousands of martial artists in the army began to search closely. General Lei, you're indeed the brains of the military. You're far-sighted and wise. Commander, you flatter me. I'm just a little more cautious out of habit. General Lei smiled faintly, but his gaze didn't relax at all. It had to be said that if Zhuoxiao Duo didn't have the Tower of Annihilation, or if the Tower of Annihilation was still in its initial state, he would have been directly calculated by General Lei. He would have been doomed at every step. This person was the descendant of the Lei family, Lei Bao, one of the 12 great shamans. He was also one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Lei family. At a young age, he had already been promoted to a deputy in the army. Aside from the fact that his cultivation base was only at the god-reigning realm, he was not inferior to the generals who had fought on the border for many years in all other aspects. If Zhuoxiao Duo escapes and we can't find any traces of him, then what is the next place where he will most likely appear? The Legion commander knew that although he was the leader in name, he was actually just a supporting role for General Lei. Not only was his family background something he could not afford to offend, but he was also truly capable. He was not just an armchair strategist. To be able to have such a life experience was already a blessing for him and his family. As long as he followed this Deputy Legion commander, he would be able to achieve meteoric success in the future without any obstacles. For a second-rank Legion like his to have such an opportunity was already a rare opportunity. There was no such thing as suppression or competition. The name of the Lei family was enough to make all military generals shrink back on the path of competition. The Zhuoxiao Duo is safe from this wave of explosions. He will most likely return to the initial point of explosion, which is the direction of the series of explosions that he deliberately set off. After the series of explosions, that area will be the safest place to ambush. Then he will create chaos over there again, creating layers of fog for our judgment. Then he will turn back here and continue to advance towards this area. General Lei Jiuxiao pondered and said, "Just now, he set off the explosions over there and came here directly. This means one thing. That is, this is the distance that Zhuoxiao Duo can travel with ease. He can fly over from there and this distance will not affect him at all. He can go into full combat mode at any time." This is a person's thought process. If I were Zhuoxiao Duo, if his reputation is true, then there is a high probability that he would make such a choice. Lei Jiuxiao said indifferently, "And what we need to do is to go up a little further from here and set up another ambush. But this time, the explosives from below are no longer of any use." Then how should we set it up? With the power of modern technology, this is already the limit. Facts have also proven that it is extremely difficult to hurt an expert like Zhuoxiao Duo. Then, the following arrangements will have to focus on the suicide squad's self-destruction. Lei Jiuxiao's elegant face was filled with pity. Let the suicide squad move. Prepare 50 people. Prepare a pinnacle of the Gui Xian level. When Zhuoxiao Duo appears, overdraw your life force to hold him back. You only need to hold him back for half a minute, or even 10 seconds. Then, 50 people will gather together and self-destruct at the same time. It will be enough to kill him. Blow him up. In order to complete the mission, blow up this pinnacle of the Guixian level as well. Lei Jiuxiao sighed softly. I will be in charge of the arrangements for the descendants of these 51 people and their families. As for this Guixian, I will be in charge of getting him the highest medal of the Umno Alliance's 12 Great Witch statues. Hearing such conditions, the Legion commander Yu Meng's eyes lit up. He had an impulse. The 12 Great Witch statues could guarantee that his descendants would receive the same training opportunities as the direct descendants of the 12 Great Witches, the same resources, and the same brilliant future. At this moment, even the Legion commander had the impulse to compete for the chance to self-destruct. This self-destruction was too fucking worth it for the long term. The moments Xiao Duo hid in the Annihilation Tower, he could still hear the earth-shattering roar outside. He could not help but feel his heart pounding in fear. It seemed that his movements had really been predicted by the other party. Based on the current situation, the enemy must have at least one wise strategist who was in charge of the overall situation. They were like Li Chenglong, the kind of people who could strategize and decide the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. Then, the situation would be far too unfavorable. Xiao Duo frowned and pondered for a long time. If this person was me, what would he think of me? How am I supposed to escape from this person's meticulous scheme? I guess that he guessed that I guessed that he guessed that I guessed that he guessed that. The cycle would repeat itself, and the third layer of guesses would fall back to the first layer. Who knows if it was me who thought more or the other party who thought less, but now, he could not afford to be entangled. If he were to be entangled by such a legion at the beginning, or if he were to be predicted by the enemy and be restricted at every step, then the only thing that awaited him would be death. If he continued to rush up from here, he would be too big of a target. After the explosion, the enemy would definitely pay more attention to this place. Xiao Duo thought about it carefully and decided to try to find a way to go back. There were so many explosives over there that he might be able to use them in reverse. As long as he exploded, he would be able to attract attention. And he had the Annihilation Tower in hand, so he had the capital to play this game for a long time. As long as he could drag it out past the most critical time, he would try his best to cause a few disturbances over there to create the illusion that he was charging over there. Then, he would go back and continue to go up from here without stopping. He would directly go over Lone Bamboo Mountain and reach the opposite side. The road behind would be much easier then. There had just been an explosion over here. When he came over, he would not have to dig into the ground anymore. There would definitely be detectors in the ground that could detect his tracks. After the plan was set, he did not say anything and rushed to the designated location without any hesitation. In the current situation, as long as he could rush out for 5,000 meters, he would be able to reach a height that was extremely cold for ordinary people. Then, this wave would be considered a success. According to the information at hand, Lone Bamboo Mountain was 15,600 meters high. It was the highest peak, and he had rushed all the way up from the foot of the mountain. His current position was already more than 5,000 meters high. If he rushed up another 5,000 meters, he would be 10,000 meters high. And once he reached 10,000 meters, the cultivators below the cloud transformation realm, except for those who practiced extreme yang and extreme cold techniques, would be greatly affected by this temperature. At this level, he should be able to reach 13,000 meters in one more wave. At that time, he would even be able to directly penetrate through. The plan was set. Xiaoduo's body turned into energy again and floated out. As expected, there were still many people searching around. He floated up silently. When he reached a height of about 300 meters, he suddenly encountered the detection of the life force field. Although it was only a touch and then retreated, there were already 9 God Imperial bodyguards who had set up the life force field with their own life force field. The force field has been touched. With this warning, countless masters rushed out like a swarm of bees. A huge life force field suddenly opened up. This kind of life force field that required a warrior's life force field to open up was spread out like it was worthless here. Seeing this scene, Xiao Duo cursed in his heart. Fuck, this is too inhumane. Life force field can actually be used like this. Aren't you afraid of wasting it? I'm just a kid. It's better for you to save this power to deal with the masters. He didn't dare to go up anymore. He turned parallel and went back to the place where he had rushed up just now. Because of the explosion below, rocks were constantly rolling down from above. And the continuous meteors above his head were also constantly smashing down, causing the originally shaky places to show signs of collapsing. And the UMNO Alliance soldiers who were searching there were all very careful. Even so, there were occasionally people who were directly smashed down because of the collapses. Although the cultivation of the people present didn't care about this, but there was still a lot of swearing and cursing. All the soldiers in the world were the same. The soldiers of the Wizard Alliance were the same as the soldiers of Star Soul Realm. The moment they opened their mouths were filled with vulgarities. They did not repeat the same words for a long time, and their ability to curse was rather impressive. But the places where there was an ambush above, they still didn't destroy it as usual. Zhuoxiao Duo hurried down. Chapter 965. There were fewer people on this side compared to the other side. They still maintained their energy state and rushed upwards like a whirlwind. After rushing up about 1,000 meters, they encountered the life force field again. However, it was much weaker than the previous encounter. Zhuoxiao's mind raced. He decided to deactivate his energy state and perform the move of man and sword as one, rushing up 1,300 meters. Zhuoxiao's fearless charge caused a series of explosions, but all of them sounded behind him. Zhuoxiao Duo is here. Above, more than 500 military martial artists heard the commotion and rushed over to meet the attack head-on. Each of them looked fierce and determined. Zhuoxiao Duo looked at the other party's posture and instantly realized that they were here to play a game of self-destruction with him. Who am I to fall for such evil tricks? His sword aura surged again and he suddenly slashed 30 times. In the process of the magnificent sword light, at least 70 to 80 people on the opposite side were silently minced into minced meat. However, Zhuoxiao Duo roared again, "I'll fight you to the death." After saying that, he leaped up. However, when he was in midair, he turned into energy again and dodged in a roundabout way. He forced the enemy to face him head-on and did not give them the chance to self-destruct. However, Zhuoxiao Duo underestimated the sensitivity of military martial artists and their reaction speed. Even though a considerable part of his movement was out of the enemy's calculation and out of the enemy's attack range, there were still some parts that were predicted by the enemy. As soon as he moved forward, he collided head-on with a strong and viscous life force field. Zhuoxiao Duo knew that it was not good. He hurriedly blasted out the mental strength that he had prepared in advance to guard against any unexpected changes. Suddenly, more than 30 UMNO Alliance masters around him spat out blood and fell straight down. The life force field that they had constructed with their life force source was swept away by Zhuoxiao's strong mental strength and shattered. This was the most direct and purest kind of extreme confrontation. The stronger the victor, the weaker the loser. There were no tricks or luck involved. The experts of the UMNO Alliance who had been sent flying were all in a state of unconsciousness. Even if they woke up in the future, it was inevitable that their source would be damaged. Their path of martial arts would no longer have the slightest possibility of moving forward. However, their efforts were not in vain. Instead, they received immediate returns. Two tall Gui Xian realm martial artists had already taken advantage of the moment when Zhuoxiao's mental energy exploded and retreated, one on the left and one on the right, to entangle him. The faces of these two peak returnants profound realm cultivators were filled with determination. Light flickered all over their bodies. That was the sign that they had raised their cultivation to the extreme, ready to self-destruct at any time. Zhuoxiao Duo did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his unorthodox body movements to dodge, not giving the two a chance to get close to him and self-destruct. The Spirit Cat sword also emitted sword energy, its light flashing as it forced the two mysterious realm experts 10 meters away. You want to use self-destruction to deal with me? You have to have this opportunity first. The two mysterious realm experts' faces showed a trace of determination. The two of them did not have the opportunity to self-destruct? Suddenly, the two of them let out a long howl and rushed over with all their might. Zuoxiao Duo's heart was filled with shock as he quickly dodged. The spirit cat sword's sharpness had already chopped off half of Ngui Xian expert's body, but this person was truly valiant. With his remaining hand, he firmly held onto the spirit cat sword's edge. On his hand, there was a pair of strange gloves that were extremely tough. At this juncture, they had successfully entangled the spirit cat sword. Heavenly Witch Copper! Zuoxiao Duo roared. The gloves of the opponent were actually made of heavenly witch copper wire. No wonder they were so tough. Boom! Chi that the sword energy exploded again. The spirit cat sword displayed its might and instantly crushed the hand and the gloves. However, the other person was already within 3 meters of him. Zuoxiao Duo roared and continued to retreat. The sword light flashed and cut the body of the person in half from his lower abdomen. This sword had its own secret. Even if he was determined to self-destruct, he still had to have the dantian to self-destruct. Zuoxiao's sword had already destroyed the dantian of the other mysterious realm expert's lower abdomen. Even if the other person still had the strength to attack, he was destined to not be able to self-destruct. This was a wonderful way to deal with self-destruction. It had to be said that Zuoxiao's way of dealing with the situation was perfect. Not only did he kill 2 people, but he also completely eliminated the possibility of self-destruction. However, to Zuoxiao's surprise, the other person's dantian was already destroyed and he only had one last breath of yuan qi left. There was no hope of self-destruction. However, he still took advantage of this opportunity to grab the spirit cat sword with both hands and charged over. Zuoxiao's heterodox body movement technique was used again. The moment his wrist shook violently, the person's body had already turned into minced meat and flew out. However, the 2 mysterious realm experts had sacrificed their lives to create a binding effect. The surrounding area was already surrounded by 50 people. Zuoxiao Duo knew that things were not going well. Just as he was about to fly up into the sky above Lone Bamboo Mountain, an order had already been given: explode. The 50 people who were charging forward in the circle all stopped abruptly and turned to self-destruction at the same time. They didn't even say a single word. 50 people had collectively self-destructed. Damn! Zuoxiao Duo groaned. At the moment when the white light flashed, he suddenly flashed into the Tower of Annihilation and disappeared into the void. Boom! Countless mountain rocks flew up and almost flew hundreds of miles away. Half of Lone Bamboo Mountain was directly destroyed by this shocking explosion. An even larger mushroom cloud rose into the air, rolling and rolling as it soared into the sky. Countless Umno Alliance soldiers raised their hands and saluted at the same time with tears in their eyes. Lei Jiuxiao and the army commander both flew up at the same time. Because the mountain peak below them had already collapsed from the explosion. The 2 of them also had tears in their eyes, the rims of their eyes red. The 50 brothers had all turned into a loud rumble in an instant. Zuoxiao Duo, is he dead? The army commander gritted his teeth. I'm afraid he's not dead yet. Lei Jiuxiao sighed and said, although the 2 Pinnacle Gratian experts successfully tied down Zuoxiao Duo and gave us a chance, they did not really make Zuoxiao Duo reveal any openings. Besides the fact that Zuoxiao's sword skills are superb and his quick reflexes, more importantly, the sword in Zuoxiao's hand is really a rare divine sword, unparalleled in its sharpness. Even the 2 pairs of sky witchcraft copper wire gloves that I gave were not able to trap Zuoxiao's sword. This is really a big mistake. However, Zuoxiao Duo must not be feeling well either. Even if there is that Tower of Annihilation, with the current situation, withstanding such an explosion at such a close distance is still difficult. Lei Jiuxiao immediately ordered, everyone use your life force field to sense the point of self-destruction of our brothers, within a radius of 2,000 meters. Yes. At the moment when the 50 brothers sacrificed their lives for a righteous cause, no one cared about their life force origin energy. Countless warriors of the Umno Alliance all had tears in their eyes as they tried their best to release their life force origin energy. They connected with the life force origin energy of the brothers beside them, linking with each other continuously, forming a huge inescapable net that covered all directions, covering everything. Lei Jiuxiao focused on the search in the field, but his face gradually turned pale as he sighed. This time, he had already put in a lot of effort, intending to finish the job in one fell swoop, but he still did not manage to kill Zhuoxiao Duo. At this point in the battle, the elite strength of his army had been used up, and there was no more ability to stop Zhuoxiao Duo. At least, it was impossible to organize another self-destruction of such a scale and such a powerful lineup. Suicide squads were ultimately the minority, and to be able to form such a team was already too much. Zhuoxiao Duo fell into the Tower of Annihilation and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. This was the first time he had been so seriously injured since he started cultivating. This is really, too. Zhuoxiao Duo sighed with a pale face, but he still resisted the urge to curse and murmured, "Too heroic. Such an earth-shattering explosion, it's breathtaking." These warriors of the Umno Alliance had fought with him in such a heroic manner, filling Zhuoxiao's heart with admiration. Against such an enemy, no matter what, he could not curse. Cursing such a heroic warrior was simply an insult to himself. This time, it was fortunate that he had dodged quickly, and because he had seen that the situation was not good, he had not tried to collect the rings of the two Xian returning martial artists. If he had been just a little bit greedy, the self-destruction of these 50 people, even if he had the Tower of Annihilation, would have been enough to kill him in one fell swoop. That was the self-detonation of 50 experts above the royal god realm, the ultimate self-detonation of their lives and souls. Too ruthless. Astral souls are not the only ones with heroes, and astral souls are not the only ones with heroic warriors. Such an enemy is really worthy of respect. Zhuoxiao's heart was filled with emotion. After experiencing this personally, he felt more and more the enormous pressure that the front line of the Sun Moon Pass had to bear. Because what he was facing was only a second-grade army, nothing more. And it was not a first-grade army that had been fighting at the Sun Moon Pass all year round. For a second-rate army to be able to achieve such a feat, how could Zhuoxiao Duo not be shocked? Feeling the overwhelming pain in his internal organs, Zhuoxiao Duo hurriedly took out medicine and swallowed it. Then he consecutively drank 2 bottles of spirit-restoring water, and used the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate and heal his injuries. He swallowed a few heavenly treasured fruits. His complexion rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. I might as well take this opportunity to cultivate, and when I break through to the god-reigning level, my chances of survival will be higher. Zhuoxiao Duo deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. If only I could break through to the sky realm now. I don't know if Nian Mao and the others would know that I encountered this here. Fortunately, the old man was looking for me and not Nian Mao. Otherwise, Nian Mao would definitely be in danger. Zhuoxiao's face was filled with joy. Nian Mao doesn't have the Tower of Annihilation. This is the true meaning of a battle. Compared to this experience, the previous battles were simply child's play, like children playing house. Zhuoxiao Duo stopped thinking about nonsense and quickly entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. Just as Zhuoxiao Duo was being taken away by Lei Changtian in Fenghai City, Fang Yinhua had nothing to do. As usual, he sat in the auction house and used poker cards to read his fortune. Chapter 966. Fang Yinhua was an old bachelor. Because he was afraid of implicating himself, he didn't even find a wife. Therefore, there was no need for him to celebrate the new year. Furthermore, with his status, it wasn't appropriate for him to go to someone else's house to celebrate the new year. It's all spades and plum blossoms. This is somewhat unlucky. Fang Yinhua pretended to read his fortune. In reality, he didn't believe it at all. He was just playing around to pass time. Suddenly, a large limousine stopped at the entrance. A faint, powerful aura caused Fang Yinhua to raise his head in surprise. It can't be that they're here to look for me, right? Then, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, 2 elderly people, and 2 children walked out of the limousine. Looking at the signboard of Baduoduo Auction House, the middle-aged man stood there in a daze for a while. After tidying his clothes, he walked in. After interrogating him, the staff on duty brought him in and saw Fong Ino. "Are you Brother Fong?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully. Fong Inua's back was wet. His scalp was about to explode. The aura of the person in front of him was so powerful. I'm about to reach the returning profound realm. In front of this person, I'm actually completely suppressed. Could it be that he's a sky realm expert? What's the matter? What business could a sky realm powerhouse have with me? Aren't you overestimating me? May I ask who you are? Fong Inua composed himself. I'm Guanshanha. Under the orders of young Master Zhua, I'm here to report to Brother Fong. The middle-aged man took out a letter and respectfully handed it to Fong Inua. Brother Fong, please take a look. Fong Inua instantly focused all his attention. He raised his guard and his entire cultivation base. A wisp of chi had already locked onto the window. Behind the window, there was an alley. There were 8 turns in the alley, and each of them had a hidden door. As long as he made a turn or two, he would be able to enter the escape tunnel that he had dug out during this period of time. He would be able to escape quickly and escape with his life. Then, he condensed his aura and took the letter. But when he opened the letter and read it, he immediately felt relieved. On the letter, it said, "Anu Nua, I've assigned you an assistant cum bodyguard. Many. The inscription was a strangely shaped knife. After he finished drawing the knife, he seemed to have accidentally wiped it, causing the knife to look a little blurry. After Fong Inua read the letter, he felt completely relieved. He then laughed out loud. So it's Brother Guan. Brother Guan, you've graced us with your presence. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Little brother, I'm used to being cautious. Haha. Guan Shanha smiled bitterly. You were about to jump out of the window just now. Did you really think I didn't see it? However, he naturally could not mention this part. Guan Shanha was very clear about his own situation. From now on, the lives of his family were undoubtedly tied to this fatty. Zhuo was still worried about him, so he sent him to this extremely cautious and wretched guy. Rather than calling it an inspection, it would be more accurate to call it surveillance. To put it simply, it was the so-called probation period, the internship period. Whether or not he could stay and work for a long time would depend on his subsequent performance. Then I will have to rely on Brother Fong in the future, Guan Shanha said humbly and respectfully. You're welcome. Fong Inua was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would have a sky realm expert as his bodyguard. This level had soared all of a sudden. This happiness had really come too suddenly. Are these Brother Guan's family members? Yes, they are. These are my parents. These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This is my wife and these are my children. Guan Shanha introduced them one by one and smiled. I moved my family to Fenghai. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Fong's protection. Fong Inua was even more delighted. Brother Guan, you're too polite. No problem. Brother Guan, do you have any requests for accommodation? How about this? There are 2 empty villas near the villa I'm staying in. The space is quite spacious. Brother Guan, you can stay there. If you find another place you like in the future, you can find another place. Won't I be disturbing Brother Fong? Not at all. If Brother Guan has no objections, then listen to me. Fong Inua was very enthusiastic. When he bought the villas, he bought 10 of them in one go. All of them were well decorated. In the beginning, he even took turns living in them every day to ensure his safety. Now that Guan Shanha was here, he had a sky realm expert as his bodyguard. Naturally, he had to settle the villas as close to him as possible. He had only caught a glimpse of Guan Shanha earlier, so he didn't take a closer look. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that not only was Guan Shanha a Skysoar realm expert, but his father-in-law also possessed a frightening cultivation. Even if he wasn't as strong as Guan Shanha, he was still at the peak of the returning profound realm. However, his 5 colors were slightly uneven, as if he had suffered some internal injuries that had yet to recover. Not to mention Guan Shanha, if this old man wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Compared to his life, a villa was nothing. Money was just a worldly possession that was not worth mentioning. All these years he had paid tribute to young Master Zhou. If converted into money, it would be worth tens of billions. What Master Feng lacked the most now was money. The entire Fenghai city was his private bank. Whatever he wanted, he would just steal it. Under Feng Yinua's enthusiastic insistence, Guan Shanhe and his family finally settled down. Then, Feng Yinua began to arrange a banquet to welcome them. In short, it was an extremely luxurious and sincere reception. While they were drinking, Feng Yinua jokingly said, "This is young Master Zhu's biggest logistics base. Young Master Zhu has always been very attentive to this place. When he has nothing to do, he would come here to inspect it. Also, the head butler comes here almost every day. That's only because it's the new year. If it's a normal day..." Feng Yinua's words sounded very normal. However, he did not need to use a hammer to sound the drums. Guan Shanhe immediately became alert. Feng Yinua was trying to warn him and show him the importance of his position. He could not help but be even more careful. In short, both the host and the guest were happy and harmonious. Everyone was still busy celebrating the new year. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, who had not shown his face for a few days, almost no one noticed him. Only Li Chenglong was puzzled. Where did Zhou Xiaoduo go? He had not seen him for a few days, and he even missed the New Year's red packet. Did he go back to his hometown? Hence, he gave Hu Ruoyun a call and found out that Zhou Xiaoduo had indeed returned to Phoenix City a few days ago. He even had a meal at Hu Ruoyun's house. After confirming this news, Li Chenglong could not help but feel relieved. It seemed that Zhou was really not in Fenghai now. He just did not know if he was using this as an excuse to avoid the boss red packet. Well, according to a certain someone's stingy personality, this was not only very possible, it was very likely. Li Chenglong let go of his worries and focused on his cultivation. Previously, he had just broken through to the god-reigning realm and had time to stabilize his realm. Now that it was a critical moment, he had to work hard to improve. In between his cultivation, he would occasionally guide the work of Zhou Shuai's company, think about the arrangements of his brothers, and also check on the war situation and study the direction of the war. On this day, Li Chenglong browsed the internet as usual. As usual, he jumped over the wall to check the UMNO Alliance and the Dao League. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. The process of jumping over the wall at the Dao League was as easy as usual, but the website at the UMNO Alliance could not be opened no matter how hard he tried. After checking around, it turned out that there was an attack that caused the server to completely collapse. Now, it was under-repaired. Li Chenglong did not pay much attention to this. After all, things like network collapses were very common on the internet. Cultivate. Li Chenglong entered his palace again. At this moment, Xiang Bing was also cultivating inside. Hence, Li Chenglong stepped forward and, without caring about anything else, first practiced the dual cultivation divine skill of 56,000 words. Naturally, the two of them were so tired that they felt like mud and had a good sleep. Then, they began to cultivate in the ordinary sense. On the other side, Yu Moyan and Duguyen joined forces. After fighting with this demonic beast that was almost beyond the Demon King level for 4 days, they finally killed it. Then, they found a mine full of astral souls jade in the demonic beast's cave. Normally, these astral souls jade mines could be considered a considerable profit. However, when the two of them were digging the mine wantonly, they accidentally discovered a cave of an ancient almighty. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. Side by side, they entered to explore. On the way back, Li Zhangming also encountered a fortuitous encounter. The process was comparable to the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. On the way back, he encountered several king-level demonic beasts fighting. Out of curiosity, he snuck in to observe. Then he saw 6 king-level demonic beasts fighting desperately. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, he did not know why. Finally, in the midst of the chaotic battle, a mountain collapsed. Suddenly, a ray of light shone out. As for the 6 demonic beasts, although their combat strength had been greatly reduced because of the battle, they did not suffer any fatal injuries and still had their foundation. However, when the light suddenly shone on them, they swayed for a while and fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. That for safety's sake, Li Zhongming stayed far away from the place where the demonic beasts fought. He was at least a few thousand meters away. But even so, he was still affected by the light. However, he had the Dream Divine technique in his body, so he was more resistant to the light. He barely held on and did not fall asleep. After a few revolutions, he rushed over to take a look at the source of the light. He found that the source of the light was a small bell. That the moment Li Zhongming laid his eyes on the bell, he felt that his spirit was shaken. How could he not know that this was a rare treasure? Moreover, it was quite compatible with his Dream Divine technique. He could not help but be overjoyed and quickly put it away. Looking at the 6 king-level demonic beasts, they were still sleeping soundly. That naturally, he raised his hand and slashed down. I'm rich. Chapter 967. Shangjing. Zhuxiaonian arrived and destroyed the third prince's mansion. However, she still couldn't find Jun Changkong. She didn't know where he went either. She only felt frustrated. How could he run away so fast? I'm so angry. She was summoned by the boss of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Jun Changkong has been grounded by the imperial family. This incident involves the military and the imperial family. In my opinion, why don't we be more magnanimous? Be more magnanimous? Zhuxiaonian didn't want to give up. However, she didn't dare to disobey her boss. However, he still brought it up. If there are any other related movements, then it means that they are seeking death. I will definitely kill them. No, I won't. I promise you that if there are any more incidents, you can do whatever you want. The boss smiled bitterly. Now, Jun Changkong was really grounded. He was even sent to a place that even he didn't know. It would be difficult for Jun Changkong to come out and cause trouble or meet him again. However, the imperial family made a prompt decision this time. Zhuxiaonian returned to the spirit reigning area unhappily. As the boss, she called everyone for a meeting. From now on, pay close attention to the third prince's mansion and all his confidants, subordinates, and relatives. If there are any suspicious incidents, report it immediately. Zhuxiaonian gave the order. Ahem. Boss. Someone stood up. Monitoring the imperial family is beyond our authority. We need to. Zhuxiaonian glanced at them coldly. A cold aura filled the air. First, I didn't say monitor. I said, pay attention. Do you understand? Who asked you to monitor? Shouldn't you pay more attention? Second, who allowed you to speak when I gave the order? She waved her hand and a cold aura spread. The two of them immediately turned into ice sculptures. They were frozen there, dumbfounded. Does anyone else have any opinions about paying attention to the third prince's mansion? Zhuxiaonian said indifferently. If you do, just say it. Everyone said in unison. They all looked at the two fellows sympathetically. They estimated that this cold would last for at least 2 days. These two fellows would have a hard time. Big sister obviously wants to give the third prince a hard time, and you actually came out to sing a different tune. If I don't freeze you, who will I freeze? What's more, this word game is well played. We're just paying attention. There's been a lot of work to do recently. Everyone please do your best. Zhuxiaonian walked away expressionlessly. Everyone understood tacitly. Yes, I will definitely do my best to monitor the third prince. I don't want to be frozen. That Zhuxiaonian went back to her room and took out her phone to call Zhu Xiaoduo, but the call did not go through. However, she did not think much of it. After all, this kind of situation was very common. Anyone who had the Tower of Annihilation and a lot of cultivation resources would be able to cultivate in seclusion all year round. Of course, she could not reach him through her phone. After leaving the usual message, he went into seclusion to prepare to break through to the returning profound realm. He had to speed up. He couldn't let the puppy catch up to him. This was his bottom line, and he absolutely could not break it. Somewhere in Shangjing. A message was sent out again. The UMNO Alliance received a secret report again and translated it according to the secret method. The Star of Calamity has arrived. With the protection of the Crepe Myrtle Star, it shows that there is an expert by his side. The heavenly kings are no match for him. If you try your best, even the heavenly kings will be in danger. It was still a drawing of a white cloud. It was obvious that this spy was hinting that no matter what, they could not let Zhuo Duo go back. Their desire to kill Zhuo Duo was so strong. Seeing this secret report, the few heavenly kings immediately broke out in cold sweat. That Zhuo Duo was actually protected by someone? More importantly, the heavenly kings were no match for him. In other words, the person protecting Zhuo Duo was actually a grand magus? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Fortunately, they did not send Fei Tian, otherwise this was too big. They had to report it. If the other party had such a person, there had to be a grand magus in charge. But now, all the grand magi had gone into seclusion. Well, there seemed to be one more who had not gone into seclusion. The heavenly kings looked at each other. You go. No, you go. I'm not going. Rock, paper, scissors. The heavenly kings' faces were pale. Although it was a place of their own people, that place. They really did not dare to go. After an intense round of rock, paper, scissors, a heavenly king was finally defeated. He looked as if his parents had died. I'm too unlucky. Thus, this heavenly king gathered his courage and went to the poison hall. This was the place of the grand magi. Almost no one was allowed to come close. Within 1,000 miles, there was not even a living mouse, let alone a human. If there was no such urgent matter, this heavenly king would not be willing to come here even if he had applied for the final battle at the Sun Moon Pass. Although there was no danger, it was too terrifying. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Please. A hole opened in the poison array and let this heavenly king in. What's the matter? In such a situation, do you think you can? This heavenly king was trembling with fear. He was afraid that a poisonous fog would spurt out as he spoke. I'll go take a look, roar. The Grand Magi was very excited and surprised that there was an unforeseen event. Fuck, there's finally something for me to do. After all, there's something to do. I've really been bored out of my mind during this period of time. Previously, they didn't let me go to the Starlight Mountain Range Ruins trial. They also didn't let me go to the meeting of the Grand Magi. Those fellows also secretly hid it from me. Now, there's finally something happening in the UMNO Alliance, and they even took the initiative to look for me. If I don't go now, when will I go? I'm going. The Grand Magi impatiently turned into a ball of black light and rushed into the sky. The heavenly king who was reporting outside was dumbfounded. My lord, I haven't finished my report yet. Why are you leaving? You can leave. But if I go out? Fuck, how am I going to get out of this poison array? At Lone Bamboo Mountain. Lei Jiuxiao and the others were making their last line of defense. Even though Lei Jiuxiao already knew in his heart that the army he was in no longer had the strength to stop Zhuo Duo, he still had to make one last effort. Especially after many fruitless searches, Lei Jiuxiao's heart was already certain. Zhuo Duo was definitely not dead. He was just waiting for a suitable time, or perhaps he was in a hiding place to recover his strength. Lei Jiuxiao was very confident that it was impossible for Zhuo Duo to not be injured at all when 500 people self-destructed. Even if he was a peak skysoar cultivator, under such circumstances, he would at least be seriously injured. I've already tried my best to overestimate Zhuo Duo. I've taken out all the forces that can self-destruct. If you're still not injured at all, then, the so-called seal now is just a piece of cake for you. You can leave easily. But if you're not injured, why haven't you come out for so long? You should know that the time after the self-destruction is the easiest time for you to break through the sealed, therefore, you must have been injured. But whether Zhuo Duo is seriously injured or not, it's hard to say. Are you confident? Yu Meng asked. Not at all. Lei Jiuxiao sighed and said, I have already sent out the news, asking all the experts who are hunting Zhuo Duo to go to the Lone Bamboo City and wait. I have also informed the 6 armies that are currently forming an encirclement that Zhuo Duo might break through our defense line, asking them to prepare. Even the self-destruction of 50 of our men of sacrifice couldn't kill Zhuo Duo. With the scattered forces sent by the various clans, it's even more impossible to stop Zhuo Duo. Our greatest hope lies on the 6 armies. Lei Jiuxiao sighed deeply. His face was filled with unconcealable disappointment and dejection. This was the greatest merit, and it was already destined to brush past him. That can't be, right? That Zuoxiao duo is actually that strong? Yu Meng was in disbelief. Let's wait and see, Lei Jiuxiao said. As long as Zuoxiao duo dares to appear in our encirclement, breaking through Lone Bamboo Mountain will be a piece of cake. There won't be any obstacles. He turned to look at Yu Meng and said, although this is a huge blow to our morale. General Yu, if Zuoxiao duo appears again. General Yu, you should command from afar. If Zuoxiao duo gets killed while breaking through the encirclement, it would be a real loss for our army. Yu Meng took a deep breath. His face flushed red, but he thought carefully and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Don't be unconvinced. Lei Jiuxiao patted Yu Meng's shoulder. When dealing with such a peerless genius, no matter how careful you are, it's only right. This kind of person is destined to be the chosen one. Even if he dies prematurely, he won't die without paying a price. The more talented he is, the more people will have to be buried with him when he dies. Not only will they have to be buried with him, but they will also have to seek revenge after he dies. This will be extremely shocking and cruel. Lei Jiuxiao laughed bitterly and said, why is Zuoxiao duo the #1 person on the human token? This was the biggest price that could be foreseen. Zuoxiao duo wasn't famous before, but when his name appeared on the human token, he surpassed everyone and became the #1 person. The reason for this, to put it bluntly, is extremely terrifying. This ambush, we planned layer after layer and exhausted all our manpower, but we still couldn't kill Zuoxiao duo as we wished. It looks like we didn't make a big contribution, and it's a pity, but if. From another point of view, I'm also relieved. General, think about it. If Zuoxiao duo really dies in our hands, will the Lei family be able to withstand the revenge that will follow? It's still uncertain. But the other direct beneficiary, General, you can't possibly withstand it. Lei Jiuxiao laughed bitterly. Yu Meng was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Even the Lei family may not be able to withstand it? General Lei, are you joking? Chapter 968. Lei Jiuxiao shook his head. Joking? Has the general ever seen me make a joke? If I say I don't have the confidence, then I really don't have the confidence. Even if our Lei family can withstand it, we will have to pay a considerable price, a price that will hurt the entire family. He pondered, then slowly said, after all, this is the first person of the human favor order. He originally wanted to explain the meaning behind the surname Zuo, but after looking at Yu Meng, he did not say anything. Yu Meng's current position, current status, current cultivation, was not at the stage where he knew this surname. He was not qualified. He was not qualified in any of the aspects. The most important thing was that this person was not absolutely reliable, especially his mouth. Once the words that should not be said were spread out, many people who were about to participate in the hunt would not dare to come. Time passed little by little. It was noon. Zuoxiao duo still had not come out. Lei Jiuxiao did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. He raised his head to look at the sun. It was already high up in the sky, so he pulled Yu Meng and moved another 500 meters to the side, making way for the path to the peak. He remembered the information about Zuoxiao duo very clearly. Zuoxiao duo cultivated the Flaming Sun scripture. At noon, his battle strength would be slightly stronger than usual, but perhaps in the eyes of many people, they would overlook this slight difference. Because this slight difference was not worth much. But in the eyes of those who had a thorough understanding of power, they would definitely not overlook this slight difference. Especially now that they were 8,000 meters above sea level. Sometimes, a slight change in temperature was enough to change the entire situation in such an environment. As a disciple of one of the top families in the UMNO alliance, Lei Jiuxiao was naturally familiar with this theory. He definitely would not, and did not dare to, be careless in the slightest. 12 o'clock sharp. When the sun shone the brightest, the snow was dazzling because of the light, shining brightly. The entire mountain peak was like an illusion. A faint figure suddenly appeared. The moment this figure appeared, a magnificent scarlet glow erupted. Flames soared into the sky and the heat instantly swept out, enveloping the nearby snow-covered mountain slope. That faint figure appeared in a powerful manner and charged forward. The snow melted and the vegetation instantly withered. In the blink of an eye, he had already advanced 300 meters. The blood-curdling screams almost became a series of sounds. Along the way, all the Umno Alliance martial artists were burned into charcoal, their bodies burning as they tumbled down. Seeing this, the 7 divine royal martial officers attacked at the same time. However, Zhuoxiaoduo did not dodge at all, nor did he use his sword. Using only his bare hands, he charged into the encirclement of the 7 people like a ball of fire. With a loud explosion, the 7 people screamed in pain, their bodies on fire flying in 7 different directions. This momentary block did not stop Zhuoxiaoduo at all, and he continued to break through the distance of more than 1,000 meters. Not enough. The pressure was not enough. What he wanted was an explosive breakthrough under extreme pressure. Then, at the moment of breakthrough, he would use the pressure to achieve the connection between man and heaven. His meridians would break through and he would absorb the power of the enemy's attack. Then, he would rush forward on the path of divine royal martial artist. The 7 divine royal martial officers in front of him were far from the level of power that could make him feel the pressure. However, it did not matter. Above him, more than 100 Umno Alliance soldiers had already appeared. They rushed forward together and launched a death charge towards him without fear of death. Zhuoxiaoduo roared and the blazing flames on his body expanded another 10 meters. He did not dodge but met them head-on. As soon as he came into contact with them, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. Everyone's hair and clothes were on fire the moment they came into contact with him. The sound of countless spiritual forces colliding rang out almost continuously. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo also felt the long-lost sense of oppression. It was a heavy feeling that was mixed with blood, wrapped in cruelty, and wrapped in the crisis of life and death. Ugh. Zhuoxiaoduo raised his head and roared. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, which had already reached its limit, rose sharply again. A gust of clear air appeared and rushed to the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent spectacle and captivating. With another loud boom, a huge whirlpool quickly formed above Zhuoxiaoduo's head. The magnificent power from the sun increased several times at this moment. The light was unprecedentedly bright and dazzling as it rushed down and focused on Zhuoxiaoduo's head. The surrounding spiritual energy also gathered in the direction of a tsunami. All these strange phenomena were completed in the blink of an eye. Lei Jiuxiao, who was watching and commanding from the side, suddenly changed his expression. He pulled Yu Meng and flew to the other side. "Run, leave this place as soon as possible. We have really encountered a monster this time." His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of disbelief. There was also a sense of loss after being shocked. How could this be? How could there be such a monster in this world? Commander Yu Meng was also dumbfounded. There really is a ferocious person who can break through in the middle of a battle. This is too much of a monster. I have never seen this before. Lei Jiuxiao could no longer be bothered to talk to Yu Meng. He ordered as he ran, "Disperse! Disperse! Don't block him anymore. Let him pass. Let Zhuoxiaoduo pass." At this juncture, they had no choice but to disperse. Since the other party dared to choose such a time to make a breakthrough, and was not afraid of being disturbed and going berserk, there was only one possibility. He could absorb all the attack power and convert it into his own power at the moment of his breakthrough, and convert all the attacking power into power to break through. After breaking through in one go, he could use the attack to vent out the residual power of the attack. If that really happened, none of the people who were besieging him would be able to survive. Lei Jiuxiao's order was extremely timely, and his decision was correct. If they could completely follow Lei Jiuxiao's order, although they wouldn't be able to stop Zhuoxiaoduo from breaking out of the encirclement, the effect of his breakthrough would be greatly reduced. If they went forward to fight now, it would be a meaningless sacrifice. But now, at least for Zhuoxiaoduo, it was too late. Because he had already made all the preparations in the Tower of Annihilation. He had suppressed his state to the point where he could no longer suppress it for the 56th time. He had only rushed out when his inner Yuan was about to go berserk. At the moment he came out, he came into contact with the spiritual energy of the outside world. The spiritual energy in his body had completely gone berserk. With another loud bang in the sky, a shadow seemed to appear. It was very illusory and unreal, but it was clear and fleeting. However, this scene clearly fell into the eyes of Lei Jiuxiao, who was not very far away. He was instantly dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. That's a divine consciousness projection. It's actually a divine consciousness projection. Zuoxiao Duo broke through to the God-reigning level? But how could it be a God-reigning level? How could he stop at the God-reigning level? The divine consciousness projection was a very illusory thing. Only when a warrior's divine consciousness was strong enough would it appear when he was breaking through and under the condition of heaven-man connection. However, this kind of situation was extremely rare. Generally speaking, one would need to reach the God-reigning level before they could start to come into contact with divine consciousness and control it. However, this was only a theory. In reality, more than 80% of God-reigning level martial artists did not know what divine consciousness was. In fact, there were quite a number of Sky Realm martial artists who were at the pinnacle of the Sky Realm and breaking through to the Tao integration stage. They might not even be able to form a complete divine consciousness projection like Zuoxiaoduo's. Zuoxiaoduo's divine consciousness projection was not only clear on his face, but even his hair, clothes, and shoes could be seen clearly. Even if a Sky Realm martial artist were to break through to the Tao integration stage, a divine consciousness projection of this level would still be shocking. However, this was not the real reason for Lei Jiuxiao's shock. What truly shocked him was that Zuoxiaoduo's cultivation had just broken through to the God-reigning level. Didn't that mean that Zuoxiaoduo was only at the pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage? As a pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage, he could easily kill a pinnacle of the profound returning stage cultivator. Two profound returning stage cultivators working together could not even self-detonate. They could not even harass him. After that, 50 people surrounded him and self-detonated. A mere pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage was able to escape unscathed and break through after a short period of concealment. What kind of godly maneuver was this? What kind of monster was Zuoxiaoduo? Was he still human? Under Lei Jiuxiao's shocked gaze, Zuoxiaoduo's divine consciousness projection disappeared in a flash. Following that, a gust of clear air rushed out from the top of his head. In that instant, the strength of his attack increased by several folds. His posture was still the same as before, and his attack power was still the same as before. However, the attribute of his strength had undergone a fundamental change. When the spirit cat sword reappeared, its magnificent sword light had turned into a jade color. It became even more profound and transparent. The moment the 100-meter sword light swept across, several people screamed and fell to the ground. As for the spiritual energy that was originally attacking Zuoxiaoduo, the moment Zuoxiaoduo broke through the formation of the spiritual energy vortex, it was immediately absorbed by the vortex. When it was spat out again, it had been completely transformed into Zuoxiaoduo's unstoppable attack. At this moment, the 100 people who participated in the attack, in addition to the 30 to 40 people who joined in later, felt as if their chests had been hit heavily. At the same time, their divine consciousnesses were being attacked. The pain was unbearable, as if their heads were about to split open. In an instant, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Zuoxiaoduo let out a long howl. The spirit cat sword was waved to its heart's content. The dense sword light shone brightly. His advance was like cutting melons and vegetables. He rushed out a distance of 2,500 meters in a straight line. Behind him, there were broken limbs and broken bodies everywhere. Zuoxiaoduo's body was like an illusion as he moved continuously in the air. The few experts who flew over to attack were all slashed back by his sword. Another long howl. Zuoxiaoduo's tall and straight body stood on a protruding boulder at the top of the mountain. On the blade of the sword in his hand, a line of blood flowed down. Small red holes appeared on the snow under his feet. Chapter 969. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. His heart was exceptionally calm. The excitement of a breakthrough that he had anticipated did not appear. Instead, he was completely at peace. Because of the breakthrough, his sea of consciousness was rapidly expanding. Bai and Jiao swam happily within the sea of consciousness. They swam forward along the borders of the sea of consciousness. With the help of these crazy waves, the sea of consciousness expanded wherever the two little fellows swam. He felt the power coursing through his body. His originally extremely violent true spirit qi was transformed into his meridians because of the sudden transformation. It was like a boundless and bottomless river that continued to swim calmly. However, Zhuoxiaoduo only needed to think about it. With just a thought, he could make that seemingly calm flow of water explode with a majestic force that could shake the heavens. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was standing on a large rock, turned his head and looked into the distance. He stared at Lei Jiuxiao and Yu Meng, who were 3,000 meters away. His gaze was like cold lightning. It was extremely menacing. Lei Jiuxiao and Yu Meng were clearly 3,000 meters away, but they both felt as if their cheeks had been abruptly pricked by burning needles. This was a pain that originated from the depths of their souls. It was extremely unbearable. Brother Zhuo, you have already broken through all the blockades that we have set up. You are truly impressive. Brother Zhuo, your journey will have nothing to do with us. Lei Jiuxiao smiled faintly and saluted from afar. He was refined and courteous. I am Lei Jiuxiao. I wish Brother Zhuo a safe journey. Zhuoxiaoduo stood on the large rock. He could feel that the sky was almost filled with flying Dao integration cultivators' divine intents. His eyes flickered as he said calmly, Lei Jiuxiao. Not a bad plan. His previous 3 moves had probably been calculated by this person. If not for the fact that his absolute combat strength was insufficient and that he had the hidden trump card of the space-destroying tower, he would have been in deep trouble this time. The Umno Alliance, which had always believed in its tyrannical strength, actually had such an intelligent person. They were indeed a galaxy of talents. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Lei Jiuxiao. Killing intent involuntarily radiated from his body. Brother Zhuo, you flatter me. Lei Jiuxiao said regretfully, I have already done my best, but it was all in vain. I was unable to keep Brother Zhuo here. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed heartily. He pointed with his finger and said, It's easy to keep me here. 1 or 2 of the people up there can come down. Isn't that enough? Muffled groans could be heard from above. Clearly, there were already many Sky Soar Realm and even Dao integration stage experts gathered in the sky. Ha! Seniors, there's no need to snort. It's been hard on all of you to escort me all this way. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed and said, Now that I've reached the highest peak of Lone Bamboo Mountain, I'm looking down at the mountains and rivers, and the scenery is picturesque. Suddenly, I'm in the mood to recite a poem. The wind was chilly high up in the sky, but Zhuoxiaoduo was determined to provoke them. Naturally, he would resort to any means necessary. This bit of cold wind had no effect on him at all. I used to be frozen into a popsicle by Nyen Nyen Cat every day. Do you think I'm afraid of this cold? It had to be said that Zhuoxiaoduo was a little proud. It was the kind of pride that said, You don't understand my pride. If I can be frozen by Nyen Nyen Cat every day, can you? With this thought, he became more and more pleased with himself. His poetic mood was getting out of hand. Since he had already reached this point, how could he not be more unbridled? Just as everyone's eyes were about to spit fire, Zhuoxiaoduo struck a pose that made people want to beat him up 3,600 times. He slowly recited, When I first entered the mountains of the Umno Alliance, the roars of dragons and tigers filled the sky. With the Qingfeng sword in my hand, I stepped on the highest peak of the Wu people. With 1 against 10,000, I have nothing to fear. My heroic spirit is in my chest. Crossing 80,000 miles of the Umno Alliance is Master Zhuo's #1 achievement. The sound of gnashing teeth could be heard continuously. How did this kid compose a poem? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go down and beat this little bastard to death. Someone in the clouds was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Take a break. If I could go down, I would have done so long ago. Another person's face turned purple with anger. Haven't you heard that the Tao Alliance lost a heavenly king because of this little bastard? And it was Patriarch Flood who did it himself. Do you dare to break the rules? Do you dare to break the rules set by Patriarch Flood? If you want to go down, I don't object. But I definitely won't allow our Alliance to slap our own Patriarch in the face. I'd rather wait for this kid to soar into the sky and challenge him to a duel. That's right. It's because of this. I'm so angry. I used my inner vision just now. My liver is swollen from anger. A black-robed Tao integration stage cultivator said with a serious expression, "You only saw this little bastard's despicableness, but you didn't see his talent. This little bastard, perhaps. He really is a peerless prodigy who is even more talented and outstanding than Mo Ingfeng. Naturally, he's even more dangerous. The current situation is truly difficult to handle. If we don't send out a sky-level battle prowess, there's simply no one here who's a match for that brat. The only thing we can do is to watch him escape and swagger off." These words caused everyone to fall silent. This was the truth. Now, there were only two ways to make Zuoxiao Duo stay. First, the military blockade and use human lives to kill him. Then, the military formation would be used as a unit to self-destruct. Second, in a specific environment, the immolation token would be used to self-destruct consecutively or in an orderly manner until he was dead. Judging from the current situation, nascent soul reigning stage cultivators were no longer a threat to him in a one-on-one battle. Everyone had seen the battle just now. Hundreds of people, 6 nascent soul reigning stage cultivators led the team, more than 30 soul reigning stage cultivators, and more than 100 soul transformation stage cultivators, were all killed by Zuoxiao Duo in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Was he really just a newly advanced soul reigning stage cultivator? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? Let's report this situation first and let the heavenly kings think carefully about what to do and whether to break the rules of the immolation token. A group of Alliance cultivators were worried sick. The immolation token was indeed a restriction that couldn't be avoided, especially now that Zuoxiao Duo had caused a ruckus to the point where everyone knew about it. Although the Alliance's external network communication had been completely cut off, it could only be said that ordinary people and ordinary martial artists wouldn't know about this matter. However, the higher-ups had no influence at all. The immolation token. Even Lei Changtian's biggest reliance was the immolation token. The immolation token was created by the Flood Witch, and the Flood Witch was the arbiter of the immolation token. She had arbitrated several times. The Flood Witch herself was the highest authority in the Alliance. This was the biggest restriction. If the Alliance sent experts above the fairy realm to deal with Zuoxiao Duo, then whether it was the Astral Souls or the Tao League, the Flood Witch would be ashamed. They probably didn't need to do much. The Flood Witch wouldn't be able to stand it if they casually said a few words. "Flood, you set the rules yourself, but even your own people don't follow them. What are you going to do?" The Tao League said, "We didn't do anything over there, and you came over to kill a heavenly king. Now it's your turn. Are you going to kill a grand shaman, or are you going to apologize with your own death?" The Astral Souls said, "We made a move over here. You killed 36 demon monarchs and beat up the demon ancestor until he disappeared for thousands of years. Now it's your turn. How many do you want to kill? Anyway, you can't kill less than 36 Tao integration stage experts. And you have to at least cripple a grand shaman, right? That situation could be imagined with just a little imagination. When that happened, the Flood Witch's state of mind would be more than just sour. It would be natural for her to break down. Great. The Flood Witch would be ashamed and angry. It wouldn't be impossible for her to kill herself. Just based on this consideration, the Alliance would definitely not break the rules of the token of gratitude. The Flood Witch was the Alliance's biggest pillar. He couldn't afford to lose face. He couldn't afford to lose face. Even if he wanted to do something, he definitely couldn't do it in the Alliance's territory. He could go to the Astral Souls to assassinate her. That way, he could find all kinds of reasons to shirk responsibility. But if it really happened in the Alliance's territory, then don't think about it. Previously, the Dao League sent a fairy to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo, but Zhuoxiao Duo was still alive. The flood which went to the Dao League's territory and killed a heavenly king with 2 strikes of her hammer. And now it was still Zhuoxiao Duo. Who would dare to act rashly? Try to act rashly? Everyone in the UMNO alliance knew this very well. No matter how ashamed and angry they were, they could only allow Zhuoxiao Duo to taunt them. They couldn't do anything, and they didn't dare to act rashly. On the mountaintop, Zhuoxiao Duo laughed. Ha ha. Then he suddenly somersaulted and fell straight down. He crashed through the clouds in the sky and disappeared below. Everyone could hear the continuous rumbling and the sounds of battle. Zhuoxiao Duo descended at an extremely fast speed. High up in the sky, all the fairy realm Dao integration experts frowned. They really shouldn't have come. They came. Were they just here to be bullied? But if they didn't see this little bastard being torn to pieces and beaten to death, they wouldn't be satisfied. The next moment that the countless experts in the sky were suddenly thrown into disarray by the wind. Where was Zhuoxiao Duo? Why did Zhuoxiao Duo's life aura suddenly disappear without a trace? Why was there no sign of life left? He jumped down in such a grand and heroic manner. How did he disappear just like that? What's going on now? One of the UMNO Alliance Dao integration experts looked at the others in astonishment. Seems like it. Another person also had an indescribable toothache. That bastard acted like he was the best, then jumped down and fled. That this was simply. Chapter 970. That kind of heroic spirit, that kind of heroic spirit, that kind of fighting spirit. Was it just for show? To pave the way? But how did that kind of emotion come about? His state of mind doesn't match at all. Numerous experts of the Wizard Alliance cursed in unison in the sky, expressing everyone's thoughts at the moment. What the hell is this? Lei Changtian was still hiding in the dark. He didn't say anything. He didn't feel angry that these UMNO Alliance fighters were cursing at his grandson. In fact, he even had a faint feeling that these guys had helped him speak his mind. Because Lei Changnan, old demon tears, also wanted to curse in his heart? Fuck! What the hell is this? What kind of parents could give birth to such a despicable son? No, my daughter has inherited my genes. She can't be like this. It must be Zhuo Changchang's fault. He must have passed on some bad genes to his daughter. Just now, Zhuoxiao Duo's arrogant and overbearing attitude was insufferably arrogant, but he was very clear in his heart. Although those guys up there wouldn't really come down to deal with him, they would try their best to locate him. They would stare at him as if they didn't want to die. In other words, he had thousands of accurate radars on his head at all times. They could locate his current position and share it with everyone around him. Everyone in the UMNO Alliance. What the fuck? How could he feel good? Therefore, after his heroic act just now, he jumped down without saying a word. He could create a huge momentum of death as well as a commotion. Then, he imitated his own momentum with a stream of elemental energy and rolled down the mountain with a big rock. With a swoosh, he entered the space exterminating pagoda. Well, go and chase after me. I need to take a rest. That act of showing off just now has used up all my strength and courage. I need to save my energy and recharge my energy. Then, I'll go and fight with you guys again. In any case, I've just broken through to the royal god reigning realm, so I need to consolidate my current realm. I won't accompany you any longer. The group of Dao integration stage and Skysoar realm experts in the sky rushed to the foot of the mountain in disbelief. They searched everywhere with their divine senses, and after a long while, they confirmed that there was really nothing left. However, everyone who came to this conclusion couldn't help but look at each other. Where did that kid go? No idea. Could it be that this brat has a void transformation stone with him? Someone guessed. That makes sense. Immediately, many people seemed to have come to a sudden realization and agreed one after another. As Dao-fusing Soar realm experts, aside from being high-level cultivators, they were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Even if they hadn't seen some things with their own eyes, they would still have heard of them. The current situation could only be explained by Zhuo Duo possessing a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone. If that brat really has a Void Transformation Stone with him, then he has too many trump cards. How are we going to kill him? We'll be lucky if we don't get killed by him instead. Aumno Alliance's peak stage Skysoar Realm expert muttered. At this moment, other than feeling a hint of jealousy from that person's words, there was also a hint of fear. Among the experts present, which one of them hadn't been nurtured as a genius from a young age? But now, looking at Zhuo equipment, they couldn't help but feel dejected and ashamed of their inferiority. When I was his age, I didn't have a single one of those things. Even now, I've already reached the Skysoar realm, but I still don't have a single one of those things. Look at the sword in his hand. I've been nurturing this sword with my soul for so many years. If it were to clash head-on with that brat's sword, it would probably turn into a sawtooth in an instant. Is the golden-scaled shaman's group here yet? Someone asked. That's right. Right now, only Sir Jean Lin's group. No, Sir Lei Bao, Sir Shi Hai, Sir Ran Zhu, and the others with special cultivation techniques can restrain Zhuo's abilities. But I don't know if they're here yet. Just another 300 li and we'll reach Lone Bamboo City. One of the experts said worriedly, I'm guessing that Zhuo's next goal is to enter Lone Bamboo City. No matter how much loot we get from the battle, when it comes to supplies, entering the city is still the most convenient. As long as we enter the city, we won't have to search on our own, and we won't have to worry about being schemed against. After all, it's still a city. We can't use a city as the price to cut off Zhuo's supplies. That's right. Let's see what happens next. If you have any ideas, you can inform us at any time. We're just passing on information, and it won't count as us doing anything. You don't have to tell me that. I'm thinking. But other than personally killing him, what else can we do? Pig brain. You've thought of something? Let's go to Lone Bamboo City. Zhuo Duo left a long time ago. What if he didn't leave? You're such a retard. What else can you do besides retard? What if he really didn't leave? If he didn't leave, would he stay here and retire? You're such a retard. Who are you talking about? Don't go. Tell me, who are you calling a retard? Who's the retard? Stop right there. Tell me clearly. How am I a retard? A large group of people walked towards Lone Bamboo City. In the middle of the crowd, there was a retard's voice. After walking for a few hundred li, he still didn't give up. How am I a retard? What did I retard? You're playing dead. Tell me, retard. What's wrong with being a retard? Did I eat your rice? High up in the sky, a faintly discernible cloud floated back and forth. Previously, when so many people gathered here, they still didn't notice the presence of this person above them. Moreover, it had indeed confirmed the saying that there was always someone better than you, and there was always someone better than you. Lei Changtian. Of course, Grandpa didn't leave. He was a shrewd man. How could he not see that those who could pose a threat to his grandson were those people? After following Zhuo Duo for such a long time, Lei Zhangtian had already understood that this little bastard had never left after witnessing Zhuo's mysterious disappearance several times. He was just hiding for the time being. Although he still didn't know what method that kid used, it didn't stop him from coming to the conclusion that he hadn't left yet. Sure enough, by the time the sky turned dark, there were countless groups of people in the sky. They were all rushing towards Lone Bamboo City. The sky was completely dark. On the half-destroyed Lone Bamboo Mountain, there were only a few sighs and sobs from the Umno Alliance soldiers. There was also the sound of chanting. Other than that, there was no other sound. Then, near the foot of the mountain, Zhuo's aura appeared in a faintly discernible but real manner. Although this aura was faint and almost undetectable, it was enough for Lei Changtian, who had been carefully searching for traces of Zhuo Duo. This kid had actually used some unknown method to conceal more than 99% of his aura. He had even changed his appearance and dressing up like this and that. This was the conclusion that Lei Changtian came to when he used his divine sense to take a look. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. When the old man glanced over, he choked on the wind in the air and coughed nonstop. Tears almost came out of his eyes. This kid is too fucking talented. Because what was reflected in the old man's divine sense was a stunning beauty. The beauty that appeared was tall and slender. She was about 7,576 meters tall. She had willowy eyebrows, cherry lips, an oval face, and pink skin. Her lips were red without any lipstick, and her eyebrows were black without any makeup. She was indescribably beautiful. Her eyes were like ripples in the autumn water. Her body was like a willow tree swaying in the breeze. Her chest was high, her waist was slender, and her buttocks were round. She had a pair of straight, pink, and slender legs. Everything was so harmonious and pleasing to the eye. Her white clothes and her hair were like clouds and waterfalls. It hung down to her slender waist. She was too beautiful, too beautiful. There were no more ornaments on the beauty's head. There was only a simple purple jade hairpin. She gently tied up her hair. She looked very casual. She held the lady's sword in her hand and wore snow-white boots made of demon beast skin. As she walked, her elegant fragrance drifted with the wind. It made people feel more relaxed and happy. Only her face was covered with a layer of iciness like an iceberg, adding to the feeling of being isolated from the world, like a winter plum blossom. Such a beauty could only be admired from afar. She was not to be touched, but the beauty showed off all the way. She did not hide her tracks at all. She leisurely walked towards Lone Bamboo City. She walked in the sky openly. Her light purple ribbons trailed behind her slim body. She flew more than 100 feet. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Along the way, countless experts of the Wizard Alliance were dumbfounded. Who is that in front? So beautiful. Such a flirtatious aura. Slurp. Oh, I'm drunk. I feel like I'm in love. Bang. If you want to fly, then fly. Why did you bump into me? Don't you have eyes? The person who was scolded stared blankly. He did not care about being scolded. He looked in that direction and said, "So beautiful." Whoosh! A group of people came from afar. There were about 60 to 70 of them. They saw this beautiful woman from afar. Seeing such a beauty in front of them, they all had the same empathy. They all ran as fast as they could to catch up. Looking at the beautiful Zwa who was flying leisurely in front of them, a young man who was leading the group shouted anxiously, Miss, please wait. Miss, please wait. I am the Thundercat of the Lay family. It is my honor to see you today." Chapter 971. This young man named Thundercat was quite handsome. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a smile. His eyes were filled with warmth. Even his body was slender at first glance. However, if one were to step on the ground, they would be able to see that his body proportions were seriously unbalanced. His upper body was long and his lower body was short. Her entire body was about 1.78 meters, which could be considered tall. However, her upper body, including her head, was about 1.3 meters. Her lower body, from her thighs to her feet, was less than 50 centimeters. Her proportions were really uncoordinated to a considerable extent. Beauty's was stopped in her tracks. She walked slowly because she wanted to hook up with the rich guy. Otherwise, even if she disguised herself, a single woman entering the Lone Bamboo City would be suspicious. Once she made a move, she would be exposed immediately. To be able to enter the city with a big family was definitely the best choice. Of course, she couldn't agree too quickly. She had to be reserved, play hard to get, and play hard to get. So, she looked at him coldly with her clear eyes. She opened her red lips and asked suspiciously, "Thundercat? Are you from the Lay family?" That small voice was cool and pleasant to the ear, like a clear spring in the mountains, tinkling and ringing, making one's bones go limp as soon as one heard it. The Thundercat's bones had already melted. That voice was too pleasant to listen to. Sobbed that he suddenly became spirited and made a pose that he thought was very cool. He smiled and said, "You know about the Lay family. May I know your name?" "My surname is Su." Zwa Duo said coldly, "Mr. Lay, please." Heard that your name was special, so I wanted to ask you. No need. Why not? Thundercat's heart was itching. He looked at the beauty in front of him. Was 176 meters tall? She weighs less than 100 pounds? At most, she is no more than 100 pounds. Her chest is about 92 pounds? Waist should be 59 pounds? 60. Hips 93 pounds? The ratio of the upper body to the lower body is about 5:8 in the golden ratio? Maybe even a little more, like 8. This body is really slurp. The Thundercat boasted that he had seen countless women. With just a glance, he could remember the basic number of women in his mind, and the error would not be more than 3 millimeters. But after so many years, this was the first time he had seen a woman with such a perfect figure. She was so devastatingly beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a country. Therefore, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Miss Sue, my name." My name actually has a very interesting story. Zhuoxiaoduo ignored him completely. She had really learned from Zhuoxiaonian's cold aura. She drifted away with the wind. Her long hair fluttered, her clothes fluttered, her fragrance fluttered, and her ribbons fluttered. Of course, the Thundercat was followed by Euphone. They walked side by side. Looking at the beautiful side profile of the beauty, he could only feel his heart thumping wildly. I'm in love. I'm really in love. Back then, my mother loved to raise animals. My family used to raise a few pandas, but one of them was very weak. Compared to other pandas, its legs were shorter, as if it did not have any legs at all. My mother loved it very much. She always said, "Panda, if you don't have legs, won't you become a cat?" The corner of Zhuoxiaonian's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Then she continued to move forward with the wind. The Thundercat saw the beauty's reaction, and he was very happy. So he continued to talk. I was born that year. When I was born, my father said, "Why are the children's legs so short?" But my mother liked it very much. Among all my siblings, she liked me the most. It was probably because of my short legs. She even gave me the name Thundercat. The Thundercat laughed. My mother hoped that I could live a carefree life like a panda. So, she named me Thundercat. Yes, that's it. This is the origin of my name. It's not bad. It's very popular. Originally, this name had brought me a lot of troubles, and I didn't like it when I was young. But as I grew up, I understood my mother's painstaking efforts. So, I liked it more and more. My mother gave me the nickname Mighty Cat. And I did live up to this name. I'm really big everywhere. The kind of big that makes others envious. The Thundercat looked like a filial son. However, the lay family guards who were following behind him almost vomited out blood. Little cat. Don't brag. Who doesn't know that the name you dislike the most is your own name? Last month, you were beaten up because you wanted to change your name. For so many years, if anyone dared to mention the name Thundercat in front of you, it would be the prelude to your anger. No, this name had caused a lot of people's lives, so the word punching was not enough to describe it. Now, you actually said that you like your own name the most just because you want to pick up girls. We really want to ask, doesn't your conscience hurt when you talk like this? Do you even believe in your own long-winded and irrefutable arguments? You actually called yourself Mighty Cat, but the beauty in front of him obviously agreed with the Thundercat's statement. Although she was still cold, she nodded for the first time and said, Yes. You are so filial to your parents. I guess your mother must be very pleased with your filial piety. The Thundercat blinked his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes turned red. He sighed and tried to hold back his tears. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, My mother, I haven't seen her for 3 years. Beautyzwo was surprised. I'm sorry, I didn't know she had. Just when Zhuoxiaoduo was about to say the word, passed away, she has been in seclusion for a long time. The Thundercat blinked his eyes hard. Tears almost came out of his eyes. I haven't enjoyed a mother's love. For 3 years. Beautyzwo's expression immediately turned speechless, and she rolled her eyes coquettishly. Fuck, I thought your mother, but she was in seclusion. Young Master Lei, don't make such jokes to your elders. Beauties was scolded. Well, Beauties was greedy, stingy, and timid, but she would not forget her morals for profit. She especially valued filial piety. Any disobedient and unfilial behavior would not work for her. Of course, except for foolish filial piety and blind obedience. Yes, you are right. The Thunder Cat nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I will listen to you from now on. I will listen to you forever. The Beauties, who obviously didn't want to offend someone, continued to ride the wind and even sped up. Miss, where are you going? The Thunder Cat followed suit and asked eagerly. No answer. She continued to fly forward coldly and expressionlessly. Her speed was even faster. Miss Sue, why are you standing on the sidewalk? Although you're skilled and brave, the streets of Jianghu aren't peaceful. Now, a great devil has appeared in our wizard alliance. He's ruthless, kills people like flies, commits all sorts of crimes, and is insane. No answer. She continued to be cold and aloof. The big devil is called Duo. He is a man of astral souls. The Thunder Cat followed behind the beauty and kept talking, introducing, describing, and adding more adjectives. He added more and more adjectives to Duo. Most importantly, he repeatedly said that this guy was a super pervert, that he would not be able to walk away when he saw a beautiful woman. He would definitely do that and that and that. He was a perverted, disgusting thing. Although Beauties continued to move forward coldly, she finally slowed down a little. Because of the anger in her heart, she almost couldn't help but slap this guy into meat paste. This bastard! How dare he slander me like this? Damn you! How could he spout such nonsense? Yet, he said it in such a serious manner, as if it was true. He was vicious and merciless. It was fine if he killed and robbed, but he wasn't afraid of others talking about it. It was all legitimate operations, legitimate self-defense, okay? But since when can I walk away when I see a beautiful woman? Why do I have to do that and that? I am still a real man, okay? Once I'm out of danger, I'll definitely skin you alive and grind your bones to dust, you bastard. At this time, the lone bamboo city was in sight. The Thunder Cat saw that Beauty's was moving slower and slower. He was overjoyed and thought that the beauty was scared. Wasn't this a great opportunity for him to please her? Miss Sue, look, I have so many guards with me. Every one of them is an expert, hee. The best of the best. No matter how arrogant Duo is, he won't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. In front of me, he is just a little brother. Miss Sue, can you tell me where you are going? I can escort you there. The Thunder Cat then began to boast. To be honest, Miss Sue, the Lei family is quite powerful in the Umno Alliance. Beauties nodded slightly, the shocking Thunder family of the 12 ancient families. No matter how ignorant I am, I have heard of it. I am here to catch Duo and bring him to justice. The Thunder Cat first pretended to be cool with an indifferent expression, indicating that catching Duo was a piece of cake. Then he said flatteringly, so, you are free to do whatever you want. Miss Sue, where are you going? I can send you there. This is not a good idea? Beauties hesitated. Her bright eyes flickered. Master Lei has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. I am a burden. I am afraid that I will delay his work. It won't delay. You are so smart and pure. How can it delay you? The Thunder Cat patted his chest loudly. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. I, the Thunder Cat, am definitely worth anything. Including your lifelong commitment. The Thunder Cat added in his heart. I am not an ungrateful person. I thank you for your kindness. But I really don't know how to repay you. Beauty's face finally softened. The Thunder Cat was overjoyed. She called herself his little sister. Good, cuff. Chapter 972. What else do you need? The Thunder Cat laughed heartily and said, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. This is the fate between people, a fate bestowed by the heavens. It is my honor that you are willing to travel with me. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Stop calling me Mr. Lay. Just call me Almighty Cat. Almighty Cat, this name sounds familiar to me. The Thunder Cat smiled warmly and winked at her. The great beauty suddenly burst out laughing. Her laughter was like 100 flowers blooming, magnificent and boundless. Her cherry lips opened slightly and she said in a crisp voice, Almighty Cat. Almighty Cat. The guards of the Lay family looked up at the sky. The speechlessness in their hearts was enough to fill the whole Umno alliance. They felt like they were cursing in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, they had lost count of how many times they had cursed. Mr. Lay, who would dare to call you Almighty Cat? If they did, it would be a light punishment for them to exterminate their entire family. Now, at this moment, at this place, you actually agreed so easily? Can you be any more despicable? According to the information we have, the target of this trip, Zuoxiao Duo, is known as the Despicable King. His despicable behavior has no bottom line. Everyone knows that. But compared to his deeds, what you have done today is enough to replace him and become the new, Despicable King. On the other side, the shameless conversation was still going on. May I know Miss Sue's name? I won't tell you. How can a girl's name be told to others? I feel like old friends with Miss Sue at first sight. Thundercat is here. May I know your name? I told you I can't tell you. Almighty Cat is tearfully asking for Miss Sue's name. My name is Muo. Muo? What do you mean by Muo? Isn't that so? Why do you think she doesn't want to say her name? Isn't it because the name is too tacky? Once people hear it. Anyway, this name isn't good. But this is the name my mother gave me. What can I do? This is the old lady's bad taste. What can I do? It's pretty good. Lots of wealth, lots of beauty, lots of blessings, lots of water. Anyway, it's not good. Almighty Cat thinks this name is pretty good. Many. Don't shout. Many. This is clearly a good name, a very, very good name. Almighty Cat thinks it's great. I'm angry. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. I can cry like a cat and admit my mistakes. Sister Duo, can you forgive me? You're not allowed to call me Sister Duo. Then what should I call you? Whatever. I'm most afraid of being casual. How much do I call you girly? Sister Duo. Sister Duo. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere gradually thawed. By the time they entered Lone Bamboo City, the guards of the Lay family had already escorted Zuo Weiwei safely into Lone Bamboo City, as if they were the stars surrounding the moon, like the stars surrounding the moon. This part of the journey was really easy and relaxing. Lord Demon, who was watching from above, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn! How could this be? He is indeed Zuochengzhang's son. He is full of schemes and tricks. He is indeed my daughter's son. He is so smart and resourceful. He is the best of his generation. The old man sighed in amazement as he quietly followed him. This kid must be up to something by spending so much effort to enter Lone Bamboo City that the Thundercat's heart almost melted when he saw that he could travel with a beauty. He waved his hand and booked the best suite on the top floor of the most luxurious Lone Bamboo Hotel. Countless Lay family guards admired the 9th young master's flirting skills from the bottom of their hearts. He did not care about his image, did not care about acting cool, and used his stupidity to act cute. What a good move. So skillful. So common. So tried and tested. Our 9th young master was able to win over such a cold beauty with just a few words. Now, it was obvious that they were going to stick together like glue. Otherwise, he would not be called the 10,000 killer. He is indeed worthy of our admiration. What a powerful man. His skills are worthy of admiration, but difficult to imitate. We are not that cheap. But a few people had already started to bet. Guess how long it will take for our 9th young master to hit a home run? I bet 3 days. What about you? I don't want to bet anymore. Another person looked sad. Such a beauty. She is so beautiful. I can't bear to think about it. I don't want to bet anymore. Damn, we have someone who cares about women. I didn't expect that. The entire lone bamboo city, except for the Lei family, was filled with tension. The aura of the Dao integration stage flying in the sky almost crushed the entire lone bamboo city, a city with more than 5 million people. The natives of Lone Bamboo City were all trembling in fear. The people who were originally in charge of patrolling the city's security were all replaced. Now, the weakest patrolling on the streets was at the cloud transformation stage. In the past, a cloud transformation stage expert was enough to dominate an area. But now that they were all gone, when it came to soul transformation stage experts, they were already gone. Cloud transformation stage experts were no better than dogs. God reigning stage experts were everywhere. Mystic returning stage experts were nothing. Only Dao integration stage experts could barely be considered experts. Countless experts were still rushing over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea. Outside Lone Bamboo City, there was no sound. There was an aura of life everywhere. Such a lineup proved with their lives that Zhuo had not left. After Zhuo came down from Lone Bamboo Mountain, he entered Lone Bamboo City directly. Until now, he was still in the city. As long as he was in the city, there was a way to trap him and kill him, especially the descendants of the major clans. Everyone knew that this was an opportunity. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous opportunity, because experts above the sky realm were not allowed to make a move. Then, the highest level was at the mystic returning stage. In other words, if a mystic returning stage expert killed Zhuo, the Flood Witch and all the higher-ups of the astral souls could only watch. They could not do anything. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they could only find another opportunity on the battlefield. Because what the other party did was in accordance with the rules. But now, the most obvious thing was, even the strongest mystic returning stage expert in the Umno Alliance was no match for Zhuo. This was a difficult problem. It was almost unsolvable. But for the young masters, this was not a problem at all. If one mystic returning stage expert could not do it, how about 10? How about 100? How about 1,000? How about 10,000? 100,000 would also be very kawaii. What we have is people, and we have resources. It would be worth it even if you were killed. Countless battle formations had already been rehearsed. They were just waiting for the moment when the target appeared and could be put to use. As long as Zhuo appeared, this group of people would rush forward and not give him a chance to escape. They would not stop until he was dead. Now, even a few families in the Lone Bamboo Hotel had started a meeting. Everyone, come to the biggest meeting room. Let's have a meeting. When the time comes, let's not rush together. If we kill Zhuo, who will it belong to? If we don't make this clear in advance, if we fight, it will be a joke. That's true. This time, there were many people from the 12 clans. A total of 7 clans came. Other than the Hong, Lai, Wu, Feng, and Bing clans, the rest were all here. Especially the Golden Scale Witch's Sha clan, there were many extra people this time. Let's have a meeting. Where are the Lei clan people? Where did the Lei clan people go? Who came this time? I heard it's the Thundercat. That pervert. Where is he? He hit on a girl when he just arrived. I saw him go up. A few people scolded in unison. How can he still be in the mood to hit on girls? Hurry up and drag him down for a meeting. No matter how good he is at hitting on girls, he can't make Zhuo disappear. Hurry up and come down. The Thundercat was lying in Beauty Zhuo's room. Miss Su, your hand doesn't look like a swordsman's. There are no traces at all. The so-called slender hand is just like this. As he said, he touched her hand. Beauty Zhuo retracted her hand and snorted. Do I need any traces to practice swordsmanship? Hee hee. The Thundercat smelled the fragrance of the orchid and musk and said, Miss Su, your hand is really beautiful. Turn it over and let me see your palm print. Let me tell you, I know how to read palms. I have done a lot of research in this area. I can read anyone's marriage and marriage. Everyone says that I am very good at reading people's faces. I can read people's faces very accurately. People say that I can read people's faces very accurately. No need. I don't really believe in that. Oh, I have nothing to do anyway. It's just for fun. The Thunder Cat was trying to flatter her, but Beauty'swa was trying her best to reject his flattery. Beauty'swa was trying her best to suppress her urge to tell the fortune of the Thunder Cat and his subordinates. Beauty'swa was trying her best to suppress her urge. Thunder Cat. An earth-shattering roar came from outside. The roar was full of exasperation. Come to the meeting. The meeting room on the 3rd floor. The Thunder Cat's face darkened when he heard the sudden roar. He shouted angrily, "What kind of shitty hotel is this? Why is the soundproofing so bad?" He picked up the phone and made a call. "What meeting? I have something important to deal with." "Let's have a meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo." A strong voice came from the phone. "We're waiting for you. Hurry up and come here." "What's there to discuss about Zhuoxiao Duo? It's not as important as my business." The Thunder Cat was not willing to go down. He clearly felt that he was about to succeed, especially when he mentioned palmistry just now. Looking at the beautiful woman's expression, it was obvious that she was very interested in fortune-telling. Chapter 973. The Thunder Cat was very reluctant. He believed that if he had a little more time, he would be able to hit a safe home run. 1 hour. No, half an hour would be enough. Just now, Beauty Sue's heart was fluttering, and her eyebrows were flying. That now was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation and take her down in one fell swoop. Every minute of the night was worth 1,000 gold, and it was the best time to make love. If he went down now, this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot would be gone in the blink of an eye. He really didn't know when the next time would be. Beauty'swa looked over with her beautiful eyes curiously and said very considerately, "How to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo? That peerless master? This is a serious matter. Young Master Lei, don't delay. Go ahead." The Thunder Cat became more and more depressed and complained, "What peerless master? It's just a piece of shit Zhuoxiao Duo, and you make it sound like a big deal. What a bummer." "What?" Beauty'swa said in surprise, "But young Master Lei, didn't you just say that Zhuoxiao Duo is very powerful, has killed countless people, and his cultivation is even more profound? He's also a peerless master, and he's very lecherous, and asked me to be careful? Is this person not to be feared? What you said just now, were you just coaxing me?" The Thunder Cat's face changed. No, I made a mistake just now. Although Zhuoxiao Duo is not a peerless expert, he is still a peerless, ruthless man. He is a genius and can easily kill high-level practitioners. Moreover, he is also a lecherous man and will commit all kinds of evil deeds. He is extremely lecherous. My partner asked me to have a meeting to end this man as soon as possible. I will go down to the meeting first. Miss Sue, you can have a good rest here. You will be safe here. I will come back soon. When I come back, I will read your palm. I'll be back soon. Zhuoxiao Duo blinked and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you. Actually, I also like to read fortunes." He cursed in his heart, "What do you mean by piece of shit Zhuoxiao Duo? How am I lecherous and lecherous? This bastard is simply spouting nonsense. He deserves to die. When you come back, I will read your fortune and send you back to your hometown." The upper echelons of the young masters gathered together for a meeting. The bodyguards they brought, other than their personal bodyguards, all dispersed. This time, the meeting didn't come back as soon as the Thunder Cat said. Instead, it lasted for 2 hours. As for the arrangements, formations, and tactics of the various clans, they all communicated with each other. As a result, conflicts between the various clans were unavoidable. Although Zhuoxiao Duo had not appeared yet, everyone knew that Zhuoxiao Duo was in Lone Bamboo City. With so many experts from the various clans, it would not be difficult for them to kill Zhuoxiao Duo here. No matter how much of a genius Zhuoxiao Duo was, there was a limit to human strength. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Even a ferocious tiger would be afraid of a pack of wolves. Moreover, not only was Zhuoxiao Duo not a ferocious tiger, but they were also not comparable to a pack of wolves. It would be more appropriate to say that it was a group of tigers devouring sheep. Then came the most direct question. There was only one Zhuoxiao duo. Because of him, there was only one reward and reputation. Who would it be for? Each and every one of the young masters of the great clans had come from afar with a purpose. It was obvious that each of their clan's intentions were straightforward and clear. They were here to kill Zhuoxiao duo and gild their names. Whoever could kill Zhuoxiao duo would be the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Wizard Alliance. Needless to say, everyone clearly understood this in their hearts. Not convinced? Why should they not be convinced? Why aren't you the one who killed Zhuoxiao duo? The first discussion about who should go first caused a dispute. You go first? Then after you go first, will I still have a share? Why shouldn't I go first? How am I worse than you? No. Absolutely not. How can there be an order? Once the topic was pointed out, the scene fell into chaos. Amongst the people present, which one of them wasn't an arrogant person that looked down upon everyone else? How could they be willing to fall behind? It looked like a huge farce was about to unfold. Knock knock knock. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan from the West Sea Grand Witch clan on the other side knocked on the table at the same time. They all had a headache. Be quiet for a while. Don't talk. The Sand Soul knocked on the table so hard that it almost broke the table, but it didn't work at all. You are powerful in the Sha clan. You have the right to speak in the Sha clan. That's your home. No matter how powerful you are in your home, you can't control me. Who do you think you are? Sha Hun had no choice but to stand up and say, everyone I Sha Hun have something to say. Maybe it can solve the current situation. If you think it's unreasonable, it won't be too late to do it. He said this 3 times in a row, and then gradually quieted down. The 16 young masters of the 7 families all tilted their heads and looked at Sand Soul with discontent on their faces. The scene was chaotic just now, but everyone knew that if they continued to argue like this, it would be difficult to get a result. Since Sha Hun proposed a feasible plan, they were willing to listen. After all, there were 16 of them, plus the 3 from the Sha clan. There were 19 people in total. It was really a gathering of heroes. The leaders of the younger generation of the Umno Alliance had gathered. Sha Hun took a deep breath, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "What I'm going to say may not be pleasant to hear. Brothers, please bear with me. It's better to say the ugly words first. It's better than hurting the harmony within the Umno Alliance when the time comes." Hai Hunshan from the West Sea Grand Witch clan was a big and burly man. He had a bulbous nose, a toad mouth, triangular eyes, and broom-like eyebrows. He was abnormally tall and sturdy. He sat there like a huge toad and said in a rough voice, "Say it." Sha Hun nodded and said, "I have to say these ugly words. As the younger generation, although we are not young, compared to Zhuoxiao duo, we are obviously not on the same level." It was indeed ugly words. They were really unpleasant to hear. Many young masters snorted from their nostrils, and their faces changed color. There were even a few people who glared at Sha Hun. "I know that you don't like to hear it. Most of us here have already reached the returning mysterious realm. There are even a few people who have suppressed the agitation of their vital essence several times after reaching the peak of the returning mysterious realm. They can break through to the sky realm at any time. But I still want to remind everyone here, Zhuoxiaoduo's current cultivation base, although he has just broken through to the royal god realm not long ago, his battle strength, according to the latest information collected from the recent battles, can be confirmed that his battle strength is far beyond the peak of the returning mysterious realm. The peak of the returning mysterious realm here includes those who have suppressed the agitation of their vital essence many times. To be fair, even if we send out ordinary sky realm cultivators, it would be difficult to be Zhuoxiaoduo's opponent. Sha Hun said word by word in an orderly manner. Every word was sonorous and meaningful. And the favor order made by the Flood Ancestor basically restricts us from sending out sky realm cultivators and above to help in this battle, further making Zhuoxiao duo invincible at this stage. It is said that Lei Jiuxiao of the Lei family once met Zhuoxiao duo. He immediately sent out the peak of the returning mysterious realm to restrain him with his life, as well as 50 death warriors to self-destruct, but it was still futile. Sha Hun's voice was very heavy. Combining all the information and reality above, this Xiaoduo's battle strength has probably reached the level of our parents' generation, or even our ancestors' generation. If we don't have a proper plan and act rashly, not only will it be futile, but it will also consume the strength in our hands and die in vain. The young masters shook their heads and tongues, but they were speechless for a long time. Obviously, they knew that Sha Hun was telling the truth and had nothing to say. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it and how it hurt their pride, they had to admit that Xiaoduo's current strength had indeed reached this level. So what we need to consider the most now is how to kill Xiaoduo. The so-called merit is just a trivial matter. Sha Hun said soberly, as long as we get rid of this enemy with terrifying potential, the higher-ups will definitely reward us handsomely. If we work together, we might get a small share of the profits. But if we continue to argue like this, there is only one possibility, and that is that Xiaoduo will break through our defense line one by one and then leave calmly. I even dare to say that even if any of the clans were to use all their strength below the Sky Realm, it would still not be enough to stop Xiaoduo. They might even be killed by Xiaoduo one by one, to the point where every clan will be wiped out. This is definitely not an alarmist talk. This is the current situation. Every clan has to face the truth. Our clans are indeed very powerful, but in the face of the current predicament, we are helpless and powerless. This is the reality. Because we can't do things in the name of Lord Flood. None of us can bear that kind of responsibility. If everyone is willing to work together to deal with Xiaoduo, the Sha clan is willing to do our best to participate in this grand undertaking. But if everyone still wants to fight for themselves and monopolize the profits, then Sha Hun squinted his eyes and smiled. We, the Sha clan, will leave this place immediately. Because there is no other meaning in staying here except for the danger of losing our lives. Hai Hushan rolled his triangular eyes and pouted his toad-like mouth. His slender tongue licked the tip of his nose, and then he said seriously, "Then tell me, what should we do? How should we work together?" The others also looked at Sha Hun thoughtfully, waiting for him to continue. It had to be said that Sha Hun's mind was still very clear. Sha Hun said, "The most important thing now is to make sure that all the clans work together and eliminate the possibility of our own clans dragging our own clans down. As for the way to stop Xiaoduo, it's easy to talk about. First, cooperate with the burning body order. Second, seal the soul. Third, seal the space. Fourth, crush the strength. Fifth, completely cut off Xiaoduo's escape route." The direction that I wrote before was a little wrong. It caused a lot of problems here. The manuscript is ruined. Originally, I wanted to dress as a woman and trick him directly. But that would be too insulting to my intelligence. So I rewrote this paragraph. Chapter 974. Sha Hun spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he quickly organized all the information in his mind. His voice was clear as he said, "From the information sent by Lei Jiuxiao, as well as the information from these few snipes, we can confirm that Xiaoduo has a spatial equipment in his hands. It is very likely to be the hidden dragon martial arts master Yi Changqing's Mia tower. So, when our people self-destruct, he will be fine as long as he hides in the tower. This is what I mentioned before. Xiaoduo's last step, where his escape route lies. How can we be sure that when the people with the incineration order self-destruct, Xiaoduo will not be able to escape? This is the most important factor. If we can't cut off his escape route, no matter how many incineration orders we have, we will only let Xiaoduo watch the fireworks in vain. His sacrifice will be in vain. It will be meaningless." He said with a heavy tone, "Everyone has their own treasures. I have no intention to elaborate on this. Everyone knows what they are doing. But if you are unwilling to take it out, or if some people take it out and some don't want to take it out, it may cause all our efforts to be in vain. If Xiaoduo escapes, countless people will be implicated and sacrificed in vain. Everyone is the leader of the younger generation. It is impossible that you do not understand this principle." Sha Hun said, "I will say this much. If there is anything that I have not said or if it is unpleasant, Please forgive me." He bowed and sat down. Although they sat down, everyone calmed down. The whole place was silent for a long time. These people were the leaders of the younger generation of the big families. Naturally, none of them were ordinary people. They had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although all of them were either lecherous, gambling-loving, boorish, stingy, or temperamental in appearance, none of them were easy to get along with. If they underestimated any one of them because of their external performance, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Therefore, although everyone knew that Shah Hun wanted to use the treasures of their families, they did not object at first. Instead, they were deep in thought. For example, Hai Hun Shan, who was ugly and had dark skin, was wearing a snow-white robe. He looked extremely rough, but in fact, he was a very meticulous person. At the same time, his own strength was also in the top 3 among all the people who came here. Everyone knew the name Toad King, Hai Hun Shan. He was fierce, vicious, and cruel. However, his ugly appearance could make people instinctively afraid. Perhaps because he was ugly, people did not want to take a second look at him and let their guard down. Everyone present was well aware of what was going on. Hai Hun Shan stood up. With a slurp, his long tongue licked the tip of his nose. He said seriously, "Shah Hun is right. This matter is not something that can be fought for. What we are doing now is to eliminate a great enemy for the future of our UMNO alliance." Everyone nodded slowly. This was a good statement. This general direction and premise were real and true. With Zhuxiaoduo's current level of cultivation, his true combat strength, and the time he had spent cultivating was not enough to describe him as a heaven-defying monster. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he become another Sky Inspector throne? The astral souls had painstakingly made the Sky Inspector throne appear out of nowhere. This was a reversal of the situation where they were suppressed by the UMNO alliance and the Tao League. There were already too many of such people. The other one had to be nipped in the bud. If he was allowed to grow, it would not be a question of whether he was easy to kill. Instead, it would be impossible to kill him. Let me add a plan to deal with Zhuxiaoduo. I have with me a piece of the immortal binding lock that was broken when Lord Zhu Wu battled with a mighty figure. When the time is right, I will take it out and use it. Hai Hun Shan frowned and said, "Although my immortal binding lock is severely damaged and I only have one piece, it can still bind even a Dao integration stage expert if he is caught off guard." Hai Hun Shan was the first to state his position. Shah Hun said, "This time, I have with me the soul-wounding arrow of the Shah family. Unfortunately, the 7 emotions bow that goes with it has been lost for a long time. Now, it can only be used as a hidden weapon. As long as the soul-wounding arrow can hit Zhuxiaoduo, it can immediately cause serious damage to his soul and instantly remove the connection with the treasure that is connected to his soul. However, this soul-wounding arrow is incomplete, so I cannot be 100% sure that it will work. There must be a backup plan. In case it does not work, I must use a treasure that can keep up." Kami no Su of the Shun family, the Zhu Mang Grand Shaman's family, said lightly, "I also have the space-shaking gong. Once it rings, it will be enough to shock Zhuxiaoduo for a few breaths and create an opening." The Thunder Cat coughed and said, "I have the ecstasy fog." Hearing this, the others all scolded, "Thunder Cat, what is the use of your aphrodisiac?" Hai Hun Shan looked at the Thunder Cat with his bright eyes and said in a deep voice, "Thunder Cat, if I remember correctly, the Thunder Mirror of the Lei family is a destructive magic weapon that can cause thousands of thunderbolts to roar. It is also a treasure that the core disciples of the Lei family must carry with them when they go out for training. This time, you came here with a purpose. Don't tell me you did not bring this treasure with you?" The Thunder Cat said with a painful face, "That thing has been worn out for a long time and cannot be used again. It needs to be stored in the Thunder Prison for 100 years before it can be used 3 times. Cut the crap and stop pretending." The others looked at him with disdain. "We all know each other. Even if you pretend to be lecherous and stingy, do you think we will believe you?" The Thunder Cat's face twisted. He really wanted to say, "I am not pretending this time." But he had to say, "Okay, I promise to use the Thunder Mirror once to complete this task." Then, everyone's eyes turned to Yen Ziki from the Burning Candle Witch's family. Yen Ziki sighed and said, I will adjust the yin-yang mirror at the last moment and separate Zhuoxiao Duo from his annihilation. Small tower. The annihilation tower was a taboo topic now. If there was no one else and it was only the family members who talked about it, they could talk about it without any scruples. But with so many descendants of the great wizards here, the words, annihilation tower, were taboo words that could not be spoken easily. Although no one from the great wizard Dan Kong's D family came, who could guarantee that it would not be spread to other people's ears. Hai Hunshan said, since that is the case, the plan is set. As long as Zhuoxiao Duo appears, we will first send people to intercept him and try to determine his location as soon as possible and limit him to a certain range. Then Kami no Su will activate the sky-shaking gong and break the space in an indiscriminate attack mode. Then he will control Zhuoxiao Duo's movements and lock Zhuoxiao Duo in this area. Then Sha Hun will use the soul-hurting arrow, it must hit the target. Then the Thunder Cat will attack and suppress him with the range of the Thunder Mirror. My Immortal Tying Lock will then bind and imprison him. The Yin-Yang Mirror will completely isolate him and the Burning Token will explode immediately. Hai Hunshan said, the Immortal Tying Lock, Sky Thunder Mirror, Yin-Yang Mirror, and Soul-Hurting Arrow can all be controlled remotely and improvised. But this sky-shaking gong. Wuxiu, are you sure you can protect yourself? If you can't succeed in the first step and pin down Zhuoxiao Duo, all the subsequent steps will not be valid. Kami no Su's handsome face was a little dull. She said, I can trigger the spiritual sense of the elders, there is no need to worry. Hai Hunshan said, to be safe, you wear my sea spirit shirt, it will help you withstand a fatal blow. Kami no Su was moved. She said, thank you, Brother Hai. Hai Hunshan's sea spirit shirt sounded exactly the same, but the sea spirit shirt was a treasure left by the West Sea Shaman. It was a defensive treasure refined from the water of the sea. The West Sea Shaman spent 100 years and only managed to refine 3 of them. Hai Hunshan was actually willing to lend such a treasure, it was really a big deal. People couldn't help but be moved. Needless to say, this series of arrangements was both offensive and defensive, and it was appropriate to advance and retreat. The layers of arrangements were watertight and vicious to the extreme. Everyone discussed once more, and they seriously considered where there were still loopholes that needed to be perfected. After a long time, they finally decided. Things were settled like this. After constructing such a meticulous arrangement, the young masters even had a feeling, even if they were targeting a Heavenly King stage powerhouse, they would still fall into our trap. It should be known that the construction of this sure-kill trap could be said to be an all-round 3-dimensional attack. Moreover, the main targets of the attack were all dreamlike items, legendary treasures. If one had to say that there was something lacking, it would probably be that the attacking power of these people was relatively limited. Even though they could use many magic treasures to plot against the Heavenly King stage powerhouses, they were still unable to break through the most basic physical defense of the opponent. This was the absolute difference between the ranks, not the fault of the battle. But if the target was changed to Zhuoxiao Duo, what was a mere Zhuoxiao Duo worth? It was not a problem. After the meeting, the Thunder Cat could not wait to go upstairs and knock on the door. Miss Su, it's me, the mighty cat. In a moment, the door opened. Beauty Zhua flipped her long hair and said with a smile, Young Master Lei, why did the meeting take so long? Didn't you say you would be back soon? Who said so? It's so annoying. The Thunder Cat said as he tried to squeeze into the door. Young Master Lei, please behave yourself. Men and women should not touch each other. It is inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. It is already so late. Let's wait for another day. The beauty was very reserved. I have been annoyed by those people for too long, and I want to talk to Miss Toto to make myself feel better. I have brought some good tea with me this time, so let's have some tea. The Thunder Cat said, I promise I won't do anything. Beauty Zhua rolled her eyes and stepped aside helplessly. She walked to the sofa and sat down. She said in a seemingly unintentional tone, this meeting must have been effective. After such a long time, if it is still successful. Alas, they are a group of second-generation young masters. None of them are good. It could have been done with a few words, but it was delayed until now. They wasted a lot of good time. The Thunder Cat sat on the sofa opposite her and crossed his legs. He belittled all the others with one sentence. Miss Sue, if you see these people, you must be careful. None of them are kind, especially those who are a little bit ugly. Haven't you heard that Mr. Bai is the worst? Among these people, there were quite a few who were very handsome. She had to be prepared in advance and label them as bad people first. Oh, thank you for your advice. There are so many young masters gathered here. Zuoxiao Duo will not be able to escape. I wonder which young master will capture him in the end. Beauties was smiled sweetly. Anyway, I think I will be safe for the rest of my journey, right? With me here, who dares to touch you? Just a mere Zuoxiao Duo is nothing. As long as he dares to show up, he will definitely die. The Thundercat's face was filled with a calm smile as if everything was under his control. You are so sure? Didn't young master say that Zuoxiao Duo was so powerful and so amazing? Beauties were exclaimed. That was then and this is now. What do you mean? We have discussed a foolproof plan. Haha. Chapter 975. A foolproof plan? Against Zuoxiao Duo? That's great. Beauties was relieved and said, finally, there's good news. These days, Zuoxiao Duo really scared me. The Thundercat laughed and said, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Ha. He looked like a hero. Yes. Almighty Cat is really capable. Beauties was smiled and praised him. Hehehe. The Almighty Cat felt lighter and said, I'm known as the Almighty Cat. Of course, I'm capable. Haha. So, what's the foolproof plan? Beauties' eyes were full of curiosity. She smiled and said, You've aroused my curiosity, but you stopped abruptly. Do you want me to ask you more? Beauties was getting more and more into character. Every frown and smile of hers was so charming that it tugged at people's heartstrings. The Thundercat was fascinated by her beauty. He squinted his eyes and laughed. There's no need for you to ask. I'm here for you. I'll tell you about our research. No need. It's confidential. If it's leaked out, you might tell me that you've told me. Zuoxiao Duo was very considerate and said, even if I have a clear conscience, your reputation will be tarnished. Tarnish what? The Thundercat smiled faintly and said, give them the guts. But this time, I did put in a lot of effort into the plan. I arranged many layers of the plan in great detail, hoping that it would succeed in one strike. In order to be absolutely safe, under my suggestion, the aristocratic families have mobilized a total of 5 great spiritual treasures. The Thundercat first explained the magical features of each treasure in detail, which made Beauties gasp in amazement. Her eyes were shining brightly. They are all good stuff. I'm so tempted. The Thundercat laughed and said, we have plenty of such good stuff. Really? Beauties' eyes were like searchlights, full of endless greed that he hurriedly lowered his head to hide his desire. The Thundercat continued, this lineup is really luxurious. Let alone Zuoxiao Duo, even if the king of Zuolu from the astral souls were here, he would still be trapped for 100 seconds. Hearing this, Zuoxiao Duo could not stop laughing. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. She covered her mouth with one hand and said, brilliant plan, brilliant plan. With such a tight arrangement, even if that Zuoxiao Duo has the ability to reach the heavens, he will still be defeated. Although he was joking, he sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Who said that the people of the Umno Alliance only have muscles for brains? This plan was so detailed that as long as he dared to appear, he would definitely die. Yes, he would definitely die. If Zuoxiao Duo didn't know what was going on, he would definitely die if he faced it head-on. There would definitely be no other outcome. He wouldn't even have the chance to be trapped in the city and wait for rescue. After showing off for a while, the Thundercat felt that he had shown off enough. He gradually became restless. Previously, he had not hesitated to reveal such secrets and implicated himself in all the plans and arrangements. It was to show that his family background, strength, and wisdom were all superior to others. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, far superior to his peers. He was the best choice for a girl. Marrying me is definitely the best choice. Such a family background, such ability, such a genius. What are you still hesitating for? But Beautyswell was obviously not moved. This made the Thunder Cat even more excited. She was indeed a lady from a famous family. She could still be so reserved in front of a handsome and peerless genius like me. This sky thunder mirror. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said, "Is it beautiful?" The Thunder Cat laughed and said, "It's ugly. How can it be beautiful when used in battle?" Zhuoxiaoduo made it very clear. But the Thunder Cat's answer made Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes flash. Not showing it to me? Guarding against me? Or Miss Su. The Thunder Cat wanted to touch her hand. "Let's play chess." Beauty's body flashed and she began to suggest. Crush the opponent. In response to the other party's invitation, the Thunder Cat was instantly energized. "Sure." He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I, the Thunder Cat, am the #1 chess player among the young generation in the UMNO Alliance. I have been the champion in chess competitions for several years. I have always been known as the Chess Saint." After saying that, he really took out the photos of his championship trophy, and when he received the award, he showed them to the beauty to prove that what he said was true. He said proudly, "I can let Miss Su have 3 pieces. Or, let's play some guided chess?" Beauty's smiled faintly and said reservedly, "Chess is just a small game. I play chess to cultivate my mind. I don't care about winning or losing. Let's play a game first. If you are much better than me, I will ask you to let me have 3 pieces." But the Thunder Cat took out his chess set from the space ring elegantly. He insisted on letting Zhuoxiaoduo play black first. Beautyswell was willing to take advantage of the situation, even if it was just a game of chess. Zhuoxiaoduo gladly obeyed and played black first. The first move was the center of the sky. In chess, there was a saying, golden horn, silver edge and grass belly. Even beginners knew that the center of the sky was not useful. However, Zhuoxiaoduo's first move was right there. The Thunder Cat was indeed a chess master. He ignored Zhuoxiaoduo's first move when both sides entered the game. He chose the small stone in the upper right corner. Zhuoxiaoduo took the upper left corner, the Thunder Cat took the lower right corner, and Zhuoxiaoduo took the lower left corner. The Thunder Cat took a big step and flew out from the lower right corner. He took the edge and threatened the central area. Zhuoxiaoduo, on the other hand, placed a piece into the top right corner with a pa sound, forcefully attacking and attempting to break a corner first. The Thunder Cat changed the situation quickly. Obviously, he wanted to test Zhuoxiaoduo's chess skills. However, Zhuoxiaoduo made a quick decision and cut off the Thunder Cat's first move. From this point on, the two sides were caught in a life-and-death battle. The Thunder Elemental Cat focused its attention, and after 3 moves, Zhuoxiaoduo made another sneaky move. He took the lead and a heavenly soldier flew down and smashed into the lower right corner of the Thunder Elemental Cat, forming a 2-sided attack to protect the center. The Thunder Cat was slightly surprised. However, it was just the beginning of the game and everything was still undecided. Leaving so early just to form a form of cooperation was like abandoning a child to fight to be the first. It was still suspicious of being too hasty. Therefore, he focused on the game. The two sides fought back and forth for an hour. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was full of joy. He played 1 piece and locked the Thunder Cat's dragon tail. He also played the entire upper right corner and half of the dragon's side. The game was set and the winner was clear. The Thunder Cat's forehead was sweating. This game was really frustrating for him. His opponent's first move was the Tianyuan point. It was obviously a bad move. However, as the game went on, it became more and more like a coordinated attack. In the end, it became a coordinated attack. No matter which direction the opponent moved, the Thunder Cat had to respond. The Thunder Cat had no time to take care of other things, while the Thunder Cat still had time to set up a trap. However, the opponent's layers of traps made it impossible for him to remove the nail in the middle. Furthermore, his line of defense was slightly impacted and gradually fell apart. The thick and sturdy dragon was actually broken into two at the waist and separated into two parts. The dragon's tail was also slaughtered and covered in ink. I lost. Lady, you're really good at Go. The Thundercat praised, but he was not convinced. He had been studying Go for many years. He had won many championships with real swords and spears. How could he lose this game so easily? Well, it must be because he thought he was going to win and let his guard down. Otherwise, how could his opponent win so easily? It was absolutely unreasonable. Zhuoduo smiled faintly and started the second game. In this round, it was still Zhuoduo who went first. But this time, he took the upper right corner of the screen and started a strange formation called the Avalanche Set. He advanced triumphantly and once again defeated the Thundercat. In the third round, Zhuoduo used the Great Slanting Demon Blade to kill the Thundercat 3 times, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. In the dream world, Zhuoduo was a psychic. How could he not know how to play Go? These sets had been passed down for countless years. For Zhuoduo, who had been studying Go in and out of his dream world, with his brain power that was thousands of times stronger than normal people, it would be an exaggeration to say that he had never lost a game. He did not care about winning or losing because he could not lose at all. No matter how much the Thundercat studied Go, no matter how much he studied Go theory, he could not jump out of the shackles of the current world. After losing 3 games in a row, the Thundercat was so depressed that he did not even have the heart to flirt with the girl. Before this, he was bragging that he was the champion of the Umno Alliance, the #1 player of the younger generation, the Sage of Go. However, in front of this girl, he lost 3 games in a row, and each game was worse than the previous one. In the last game, he even killed the dragon in the middle board. He really did not leave a single piece of armor behind. What's more, the 3 games played by this girl were very different from each other, as if they were played by 3 different groups of people. However, these 3 groups formed their own structure, and each group was far beyond the Thundercat's knowledge. The gap between their chess skills was really too big. The Thundercat, who had come to this conclusion, felt that his self-esteem was hurt. He, the mighty cat, also wanted to save face. So, Miss Su is such a master of Go. She really is a master of Go. The Thundercat wiped the sweat on his face. Even though he was still a little unwilling, how could he not know that he had lost, admitted defeat, and lost everything? However, the change in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. When he first saw this girl, he only wanted to chase her because she was too beautiful. He just wanted to kiss her for her beauty. Of course, it would be better if he could go further. But now, his heart had fundamentally changed. This Miss Su was not only devastatingly beautiful, but she was also a rare and wondrous woman. At such a young age, she had already reached the God-reigning level, and her foundation was very solid. She was not inferior to the Thundercat at all. After personally experiencing her temperament, it was also the best, natural, and dignified. It seemed that she was proficient in music, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Such a girl could be said to be a natural candidate for the master's wife. Chapter 976. For such a girl, it would be a waste if he only indulged her for one night. Moreover, judging from her appearance, even if he had the intention, she would never do that kind of thing. Moreover, in these 3 consecutive losses, she had defeated him in 3 different ways. She had already faintly expressed her intention of rejecting him. All of a sudden, the Thundercat felt that his heart was really moved. It was budding. Miss Su, you are indeed beautiful and intelligent. You are so talented that you are not inferior to men. The Thundercat's eyes suddenly became clear, and his face became more serious. The flirtatious look from before was completely gone. Zhuoduo did not understand the change in this guy's heart at all. He smiled faintly. Do you want to play again? No. The depth of your knowledge in the art of chess is not something I can compare to. The Thundercat said with a respectful attitude, I will go out to arrange something first. I will come back later to invite you to dinner. Zhuoduo felt strange that this guy suddenly respected him so much. It was a kind of politeness of an equal exchange. But he did not think too much about it and agreed casually. The Thunder Cat walked out and sighed softly. If it was just a short-lived marriage, it wouldn't take much thought. However, if he wanted to marry the other party as his wife, it would be extremely difficult. It seems that I need to investigate Miss Sue's family background carefully. The Thunder Cat frowned. At that time, I may need the help of my family to settle the marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, based on my previous flirtatious behavior, I am afraid that Miss Sue will not agree at all. Now that I am surrounded by wolves, if someone else beats me to it. Alas! At this moment, the Thunder Cat was very melancholy. He felt sincere regret for his previous behavior. If you meet the one you love, you will never be different. Alas, until now, I really understand the true meaning of this sentence. The mighty cat was very melancholy. Have you sent the information of Miss Sue back to the family? Yes, I have. Still no reply from the family? Cough, cough. The guard was speechless. Today you flirt with a girl, tomorrow you want the family to check on you? How can they have so much free time? His family's intelligence agency also needed to rest. I'm serious this time. Sigh, forget it, I'll call Seventh Uncle myself. The Thunder Cat was well aware of its reputation in the past. But this time, I really wasn't playing around. He took out his phone and dialed, Seventh Uncle, I'm a cat. What's the matter? If you're here to pick up girls, then don't bother me. No, Seventh Uncle, I'm serious this time. I want to marry her. The Thunder Cat begged, I'm serious this time. If I can marry her, I promise I'll be honest for the rest of my life. Are you serious? Seventh Uncle's voice also became serious. From his tone, it seemed that this nephew was going to turn over a new leaf. This was a good thing. What's your name? Pass it to me again. Okay, right away. The Thunder Cat was very obedient. Please, Seventh Uncle. If she's really a girl from a good family, you should get married early, settle down, and do some proper work. What's so bad about competing? It's a waste of your talent to act frivolously every day. Seventh Uncle lectured. Seventh Uncle is right. After putting down the phone, the Thunder Cat was exultant. There was hope. As long as the family was willing to step in, there was a 90% chance of success. In the UMNO alliance, no family could refuse the marriage proposal from the Lei family. The remaining 10% would be Miss Sue's opinion. But it didn't matter. In the room, Zhuoxiao Duo frowned and pondered. Previously, he had tried to get information from the Thunder Cat a few times, wanting to take a look at the so-called Sky Thunder Mirror. However, although the Thunder Cat was infatuated, he still interrupted him. It sounded like he didn't care, but Zhuoxiao Duo knew that how could such a person be so casual? Unless he was pretending to be stupid. This time, Zhuoxiao Duo intended to train himself. Just like what the old man had said, this was a rare opportunity for him to practice with real swords and spears. Zhuoxiao Duo never thought of cutting corners. On the contrary, he wanted more excitement. It would be even better if he could directly break through to the Sky Realm in the UMNO alliance. Before this, Zhuoxiao Duo didn't even dare to dream of doing this. However, since the old man had already forced him to this extent and threw him here, he would be letting himself down if he didn't properly train himself. Therefore, this time, he gave up on all the conveniences and wanted to train himself. Actually, Zhuoxiao Duo knew that no matter how harsh the old man's words were, with his ability, it wasn't difficult for him to return safely. He could just find a place to hide and cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for a month or two. Then, when he came out, he would be able to reach the profound mastery level. However, on the path of martial arts, every step of the way was very important. For example, when you have a strength of 1,000 kilograms, do you know how to use it? How to save it? What kind of strength would you encounter, and what would be the best solution? Only knowing the theory wouldn't do. A tiger cub would imitate a dead wolf hunting for its whole life, but it wouldn't dare to attack a real wolf. Even if it attacked, it might not be a match for the wolf. This was the reason. Only by strengthening the foundation at every step would it work. If 1,000 kilograms of strength was raised to 10,000 kilograms without experience and battle, The gap between each level of strength would be a gap that could never be filled. When it came to a profound level of strength, it was necessary to control each output. The greater the gap between the same level and the same level of strength, the greater the gap between them. Why was it that when two people were at the peak of the sky realm, both had the same cultivation technique, and both suppressed their cultivation for a certain number of times, the outcome of the battle could be decided so quickly? That was the reason. Therefore, Zhuo didn't even prepare to use the Heavenmen's Stone this time. It was only in existence as a trump card. They fought in the land of the Wizard Alliance. Real injuries, real healing, and real battles. Charge. Fight. Fight. Other than life-saving methods, Zhuo didn't intend to let himself enjoy too much of the cheat-like benefits. It could be used as a skill, but it definitely couldn't be relied on because it wasn't pure strength. Zhuo knew this very well. He also knew that if he disguised himself as a man and came to Lone Bamboo City, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Because no matter how good his disguise was, he couldn't let this person who made something out of nothing have a real history and family background. Lone Bamboo City was just a transit station for him. And now, whether it was the Thundercat or the other families, someone should be investigating his identity. Zhuo would never underestimate anyone in this aspect. Especially after experiencing the fierce battle at Lone Bamboo Mountain and hearing the plan from the Thundercat, Zhuo knew this very well. There really wasn't anyone who was stupid. Including the Thundercat, who wasn't stupid. There wasn't much time left for him to leave safely. While Zhuo and the Thundercat were playing chess, countless people from the 7 families outside had already turned Lone Bamboo City upside down. They were trying their best to find Zhuo. Their spiritual power reached up to 8,000 meters above the ground and down to 1,000 meters below the ground. It was an all-encompassing search. Everyone from the 7 families, including the Flying Heavens and Tao integration experts who were watching from the sky. Including the Umno Alliance martial artists who came spontaneously from all over the place, as well as the people under the incineration order who had already gathered here, all of them were dumbfounded. Where was Zhuo? Where did this kid go? Even after such a thorough search, not a single strand of Zhuo's hair could be found. Wasn't this too illogical? How could such a living person turn into air and disappear? But even if he turned into air, there should still be soul waves, right? Everyone was confused. Then, they had no choice but to fly up to the clouds to find their seniors. The seniors had been watching from the sky, but did they see Zhuo? They didn't need to do anything. Even if it wasn't convenient for them to say it out loud, they could just give them a hint or point them in the direction. But in the clouds, most of the experts were expressionless and unmoving, but they were cursing in their hearts. We didn't see Zhuo either. A few Tao integration experts narrowed their eyes and said, Zhuo didn't leave. His soul is still in Lone Bamboo City, but it's very faint. It's in a state where he hasn't condensed his energy, is not using his spells, and is not using his energy. It's just like an ordinary person with his vital energy restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. The people below understood and bowed respectfully. He was still in Lone Bamboo City, but they didn't know where he was hiding for now as long as they could confirm that he was in Lone Bamboo City. They were afraid that he wasn't there. Above the clouds, a few people looked at each other. You can feel Zhuo's soul waves? I can't. Then you said that his soul waves were still in Lone Bamboo City? And what's with his vital energy restrained? An ordinary person? I'm using common sense to infer that he can only be in Lone Bamboo City. Where else can he go? How can he not be searched by our divine senses? He can only be in a state where his vital energy is restrained and he's an ordinary person. What else? Do you have any other explanation? Aren't you lying to the people below? I've already made the judgment that best fits the current situation. Do you really want to say that all of us old fellows are going to say that we don't know? Is that really a good thing? Damn, what you said makes sense. Great wisdom, great wisdom. The people who came up to ask immediately went down to report. Zhuo's soul waves are still in Lone Bamboo City. He must be in a state where his vital energy is restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. That's right. No matter how bold Zhuxiao Duo is, he wouldn't dare to enter Lone Bamboo City with his original appearance. Isn't that asking for death? It's good that we can confirm that he's in Lone Bamboo City. But if he disguised himself as someone else, his vital energy wouldn't be obvious. It would be troublesome. There are almost 6 million people in Lone Bamboo City. The 7 young masters of the 7 families met again to discuss the next step. What we lack now is a way to force Zhuxiao Duo out. Everyone stared at him. Everyone's eyes fell on Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, Sha Yu, and Kami no Su. Especially this time, there was another young master from the Sha family. This young master was famous for not using his brain. He was only a martial arts fanatic. He was crazy about martial arts and had amazing strength, but he never used his brain. Straight to the point. This young master was called Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, "Could Zhuxiao Duo have disguised himself as a woman? If that's the case, we can only look for men and not find out." Everyone took a deep breath. If you can't think about it, then shut up. We're used to ignoring it. We can't think of a way, but you're still causing trouble. It's easy for a man to dress up as a woman. Men and women are different. Is it so easy to dress up? But Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and a few others suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat after the habitual scolding. This. Chapter 977. Okay. Sha Diao was scolded and immediately shut up. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan frowned and pondered. A young woman? A woman? The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully. This was the same direction. The Thunder Cat was calm. He had been thinking about how to get closer to the beautiful woman when he got back. He didn't even think about it. The Thunder Cat had brought a female companion into Lone Bamboo City. Obviously, no one was suspicious of their companions. Is there a way to search the divine soul? Sha Yu whispered. As long as they could collect Zhuxiaoduo's divine soul mark, everything would be easy. Everyone looked at the other young master. Tu Yunxiao. He was from the Tu family of the Endless Witch. Tu Yunxiao looked helpless. He said, "I know that you all want my divine soul mark. But there is a limit to the divine soul mark. You need to seize Zhuxiao Duo and find Zhuxiaoduo's divine soul within a limited distance. Only then can you activate the divine soul mark and find Zhuxiao Duo. But we haven't seen Zhuxiao Duo yet. The divine soul mark isn't that effective." Hearing Tu Yunxiao's words, all the young masters felt a sense of powerlessness and disappointment. Indeed, they had prepared a trap and were determined to get Zhuxiao Duo. As long as Zhuxiao Duo showed up, he would be dead for sure. But Zhuxiao Duo was strange. He didn't show up and hid in the crowd as an ordinary person. What should they do? Show us Zhuxiaoduo's information, appearance, etc. Let's look at it a few more times and study it, Sha Hun suggested. And so, Zhuxiaoduo's heroic image appeared in the Umno Alliance's meeting room again. The young master's eyes lit up. So handsome. On the other hand, several unprepossessing young masters had black lines running down their foreheads. At a time like this, she was still paying attention to whether the other party was handsome or not. Was there something wrong with her focus? A woman's way of thinking was truly incomprehensible. However, after several hours of discussion, they still felt helpless. Do we have no choice but to passively wait for Zhuxiao Duo to appear? Sha Zhi frowned. That's all we can do for now. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and frowned, exchanging glances with Hai Hunshan and the others. Search all female martial artists above the nascent soul transformation stage who are not registered in the Lone Bamboo City. Sha Hun transmitted his voice. Hai Hunshan nodded slowly. Hai Hunshan immediately sent a voice transmission to issue the order. However, as he was in the process of issuing the order, he suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, he sent a message to Sha Hun, that Thunder Cat. I heard that it hooked up with a girl before it arrived at Lone Bamboo City? Sha Hun was stunned. You didn't bring it from home? Suddenly, he focused his gaze. Both of them turned to look at the Thunder Cat. While they were having the meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was also at the window on the top floor, observing the surrounding environment. His heart was itching unbearably. The trap set by the other party was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Death was at hand. But the 5 treasures mentioned by the mighty cat really made masters was heart beat faster. Sky-shaking gong. Soul-hurting arrow. Heavenly thunder mirror. Immortal tying lock. Yin-yang mirror. Just from the sound of it, one could tell that it was something good. He really wanted it. But they definitely wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? He thought about it seriously, and his brows furrowed slightly. This scene seemed even more beautiful and magnificent when it entered into the eyes of others. A peerless beauty sat leisurely by the window. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, her gaze was deep, and her brows were lightly knit together. She seemed delicate and powerless, yet she possessed an immortal aura that seemed as if she wanted to ride the wind and leave. Sitting deep and frowning, no one knew who the beauty was thinking of. She was really too beautiful. Zhou Xiaoduo was still racking his brains, painstakingly plotting to get the other party's treasures. Suddenly Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. What was that thing down there? As far as his eyes could see, there was a long line of carriages the size of a matchbox, pulling something all the way to the west. This was Zhou Xiaoduo recognized it at a glance. He was too familiar with this thing. That was the Astral Soul's jade powder. Oh my god. How could there be such a large quantity? Could there be a Umno Alliance High Martial Arts School here? This now was the crucial time for the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Should he take a risk for the Astral Soul's jade powder? Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while but still did not want to let it go. After all, this time, he did not know how long it would take for him to return. Would the meridians in the Tower of Annihilation not be replenished for a few months? Obviously, this would not work. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned, watching the carriages disappear around the corner. His eyes flashed and suddenly he took out a bottle of laurel honey from the space ring and opened it bit by bit. He used the extremely precious laurel honey to stimulate the scent and used it as a perfume. It filled the air for a while, and then her delicate body was immersed in the fragrance for a moment. Then she opened the window, and her white dress fluttered. Whoosh, she floated out like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her posture was elegant, beautiful, and overflowing with radiance. She was devastatingly beautiful. In an instant, the entire sky above the Lone Bamboo Hotel was suddenly filled with the rich and elegant scent of osmanthus. Within a few thousand meters, as long as one smelled it, they could not help but feel that their minds were suddenly much clearer. Countless people could not help but look up. In midair, they saw a fairy in white, her clothes fluttering, and her hair dancing in the wind. The nimble and graceful figure that flashed by carried boundless beauty and boundless immortal energy as it vanished into the distance. Although that peerless fairy's speed was extremely fast, everyone could clearly feel that it was as if she was moving in slow motion. This kind of extreme beauty, this kind of scene of a fairy descending to the mortal world, lingered in their hearts, replaying over and over again. In a flash, the beauty had disappeared into the distance, but the 2 ribbons still seemed to ripple in front of their eyes. Intoxicated, like a fairy, like a dream, it made people linger and forget to return. Infinitely intoxicated, that countless people would remember this day, especially the graceful figure and the rich scent of bay laurel. There were many people who would never be able to forget it. In fact, there were even quite a few people who became poets on this day. The legend of the fairy descending to the mortal world also spread in Lone Bamboo City for a long time. Laurel fragrance floats in the 9 heavens, the blue sky is filled with colorful dresses, dreamlike, like a fairy's presence. It makes me yearn for it. The young masters of the various clans who were still in the meeting also smelled the pervasive scent of bay laurel. Their minds raced as they stood up one by one. What is this smell? I can feel that. My soul is in an unprecedented state of clarity. Is there a treasure? The young masters who were facing the window unintentionally raised their heads and saw the beautiful figure flash by. Immediately, their souls became ethereal. Their eyes were full of intoxication. There is a beauty, a young master said with a groan. The Thunder Cat subconsciously stood up. Where is she? Everyone frowned at the same time. The Thunder Cat felt more and more uneasy, and hurriedly floated out and went straight to the top of the building. He felt more and more fragrant, but that intoxicating fragrance was slowly dispersing. He opened the door and went in, and could not help but be stunned. The beauty was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the Thunder Cat felt lost. Miss Duo, where did you go? At this time, Sha Han walked over. Thunder Cat, that girl of yours? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Thunder Cat fly out in a hurry, ignoring what Sha Han said. Sha Han was stunned, but the Thunder Cat had already disappeared. Zhuo Duo flew out in such a brazen manner. Wherever he went, countless people would fall head over heels for him. That omnipresent fragrance, that fairy-like and dream-like feeling. She flew all the way, and finally she saw the team slowly leave the city and go to a huge waste site. Zhuo Duo looked at it, and was overjoyed. It turned out that this was a place specially for discarding astral souls' jade powder. Although there were many other things, most of them were piles of astral souls' jade powder. Although the taste was not very good, how could Zhuo Duo dislike it? God knows how many years of astral souls' jade powder had been piled up here. The beauty's figure flashed in the air, and instantly turned into mist. She left behind a fragrance, and disappeared in the forest opposite the waste site. That strong fragrance was blown all the way to the depths of the forest by the mountain wind. As for Zhuo Duo, he had already drilled into the ground. For the sake of caution, he controlled his spirit sense and didn't disperse it. He even used his true essence to wrap around the aura of his flaming sun scripture, only burning 3 feet away from his body. He slowly sank down a few hundred meters, then he changed his path and extended in that direction. That nothing was more important than safety. At this time, at the city gate, the Thunder Cat chased out anxiously, following the fragrance, and shouted, "Miss Sue, where are you? Sister Duo, Sister Duo." It was as if it was chasing crazily. The guards of the Lei family were following behind it, but they were speechless. An hour later, in this waste site that was rarely visited by people, the piles of astral souls' jade powder began to disappear. After a long time, Zhuo Duo took away most of the star soul jade powder and went back to where he came from. Then, he started digging a hole in the opposite direction from where he was at the start of his stealth. In a desolate mountain, the Thunder Cat was anxiously looking for a beautiful woman with a group of people. Sister Duo. The Thunder Cat was really about to cry. His heart felt as if it had been divided into several pieces by blood. Don't go. I really fell in love with you. I want to take you as my wife. I'm not just playing around. I'm serious this time, but why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why is that? What did I do wrong? I'll change, okay? His heart was beating fast, and he was in a panic. It was a panic of, I'm about to lose. I'll never pick up girls again. I'll be loyal to you until the end. The Thunder Cat beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting. All of a sudden, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Have you picked up a lot of girls before? Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket? Chapter 978. The Thunder Cat felt as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around in a daze and saw a beautiful woman smiling amidst a field of mountain flowers. She was in a snow-white dress, floating in the air. The elegant scent of laurel was refreshing. Miss Sue. The Thunder Cat choked with sobs. You scared me to death. I thought you had left. Ignored me. Something came up, but it's done now. Miss Sue smiled and said, Shall we go back? Good. Let's go back. The Thunder Cat kept nodding. The people of the Lei family surrounded Miss Sue, as if they were escorting the only treasure in their lives, and walked back to the lone bamboo city. Unlike the Thunder Cat, who was glad that he got back what he had lost, the guards of the Lei family were more or less confused. Something was not right. Why did Miss Sue come out? And the way she disappeared was weird, and the way she appeared now was even weirder. But our 9th young master was enchanted and did not ask anything. It seemed that he did not dare to ask anything. The only thing in his mind was that the beauty would disappear again. Maybe this is the so-called beauty's privilege. A guard sighed. That's right. But she's so fragrant. Even if it were me, I would only wholeheartedly protect such a woman. Questioning such a woman is a crime. Another guard said faintly. That's right. That beauty, that fragrance, she smells so good. A guard said. On the way, the Thundercat could not completely ignore the situation. Miss Sue, may I ask why you came out this time? The Thundercat tried to sound her out. Young Master Lei, are you questioning me? Zhuxiao Duo sneered and said with a cold face. No, 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 I don't mean that. I wouldn't dare. The Thundercat had completely entered the mindset of a henpecked husband. He said carefully, I am just worried about you. Zhuxiao Duo snorted and said lightly, I heard you say that you had a lot of girls. Can you tell me how many you had? A women-only counterattack to change the topic. Zhuxiao Duo used him so well. The main reason was that he had been tormented by this move countless times. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the Thundercat's face. She wished she could slap her own mouth. Just now, she only cared about regretting what she had said and regretted what she shouldn't have said. Now, the consequences had arrived. The most important thing was that the consequences were not easy to talk about, nor were they pleasant. There was no way to talk about it at all. That when he thought of this, he was no longer in the mood to ask the beauty why she came out for such a trivial matter. His mind was filled with thoughts of how he should exonerate himself and how he could obtain the beauty's forgiveness. Zhuxiao Duo snorted and arrogantly flew toward the city with a cold face. The Thundercat followed behind him with its tail between its legs. It became more and more attentive, looking at the Thundercat's careful behavior. Zhuxiao Duo understood the mentality of the person in front of him very well. Wasn't this the same mentality he had all along? Every time he quarreled with Zhuxiaonian, or Zhuxiaonian was at loggerheads with him, it was exactly like this. It was not just similar, it was exactly the same. As a girl, she didn't need to explain anything. She only needed to find a reason to be angry, and the rest was up to the man's imagination. I can appear and disappear as I please. This is my freedom. Were you to ask? You are just looking for trouble. Don't be angry. I'm just worried about you. The Thundercat explained in a low voice. Zhuxiao Duo flew forward with a cold face, still ignoring him. Explaining was covering up, and covering up meant that it was true. The more you explained, the more you were wrong. I won't ask, okay? It's my fault. It's all my fault. The Thundercat continued to speak in a low voice. Continue to ignore him. Only by ignoring him could he consolidate all the mistakes on the person in front of him. If he ignored him now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Aya, say something. You're making me nervous. Continue to ignore him. He had completely destroyed the defense in his opponent's heart. What on earth do you want me to do? The Thundercat pulled his hair painfully. Zhuxiao Duo turned around and suddenly got angry. Why are you so fierce? Are you throwing a tantrum at me? The Thundercat was stunned. I'm not angry. When did I lose my temper? If you're not angry, why are you so loud? And you say you're not angry? Zhuxiao Duo stared at him. I'm wrong. It's all my fault. Tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't be angry. I shouldn't be loud. I shouldn't be angry with you. See, you're really angry. You just said you weren't angry. You were angry with me, but you still lied and denied it. The Thundercat had a feeling of wanting to die. It was out of control. Why are there more and more accusations? I didn't do anything. What do you mean by suddenly not talking? You don't even want to talk to me. You're playing with me. Scumbag. Sure enough, men were not good things. Even you are not an exception? So you're also like this. I'm wrong. What's wrong? That as the cycle of mistakes continued, the guards of the Lei family began to pity their master. This Miss Su really wasn't someone to be trifled with. If this marriage was successful, the Thundercat would definitely be a slave to his wife for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to turn over a new leaf. On the way back to the hotel, the Thundercat still didn't manage to coax the beauty. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was so anxious that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He bumped into the young masters who were already in the hotel lobby. Duo walked through the crowd with a cold face, as if there was no one around. But he was still so elegant and cold. Only the scent of laurel gradually filled the air. All the young masters were shocked. It was this beauty from before. She was indeed an outstanding beauty, unparalleled and unparalleled. Especially this cold and noble temperament. She was really too beautiful. Looking at the Thunder Cat chasing after the beauty like a pug, he didn't even stop to talk to the crowd. So the Thunder Cat has been chasing after this girl. She is really a beauty that can topple a country. It's rare to see. Sha Hun squinted his eyes and looked at the Thunder Cat, who was apologizing like a pug. Although he was praising the beauty, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that something was not right, as if something was not right. But what exactly he wanted to say, he couldn't say anything. It didn't seem like a man dressed as a woman. That the investigation results were not out yet. That Hai Hunshan frowned and said, "You still have the time to think about other people's romance? Don't just stand there, think about how to find Duo." Sha Hun squinted and said, "I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't dare to do it." "What idea?" everyone asked together. According to the basic information about Duo, his cultivation is not bad, his combat power is even higher, and his appearance is also outstanding. He is good at many kinds of weapons, fists, palms, swords, and hidden weapons. He is good at everything. But he has one weakness, which is that he is greedy. He sees money as his life. Wherever he goes, the sky is 9 feet high. Sha Hun said lightly, "My idea is to lure him with money, and spread the news that we have treasures. With Duo's greed, he will definitely do something." Everyone's eyes lit up. "You mean? Lure the snake out of its hole?" Sha Hun smiled and didn't say anything. However, everyone's face became gloomy, and they all fell into silence and thought. Idea, it was indeed an idea, and it was a very feasible one. But the risk factor of this idea was also too high. If they were suddenly attacked by Duo and lost their lives, it would be no laughing matter. Based on the strength that Duo had shown so far, compared to their own strength, Duo's sudden attack was enough to kill any one of them. The disciples of the big families of the Alliance had the protection of their elders' divine sense, so they weren't afraid of Duo's sudden attack. But there were also those who didn't have the protection of divine sense. Once such a situation occurred, the person involved would be in more danger. "Let's do it this way." Hai Hunshan waved his hand. "If we delay any longer, Duo might quietly return to the astral souls. We can only talk about strategy on paper." Everyone smiled bitterly. What he said made sense. Tu Yunxiao has already gone to Lone Bamboo Mountain to collect Duo's residual aura. Should we wait? As long as his spiritual seal can capture a little bit, it will be easy to find Duo. Or maybe we just need to lock down Lone Bamboo Mountain and make sure that no one leaves. Someone suggested. We can't wait any longer. Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun shook their heads in unison. It was just a battle. As long as Duo's spiritual seal wasn't injured, even if they collected a little bit of Duo's residual aura, it might not be useful. Tu Yunxiao's trip was just a test, and he didn't have much hope. "Let's start tonight." Everyone had made up their minds. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and walked towards his room. He was still thinking that when he saw that beautiful woman, he felt that something was wrong. But what could be wrong with such a fairy-like person? Seeing Sha Yu walking in front of him, Sha Hun's narrowed eyes flashed with a flash of light. Suddenly he shouted, "Sha Yu! What's the matter? That woman. What do you think?" Sha Hun asked. "You like her?" Sha Yu curled her lips. The only person who could resist the charm of a great beauty to the greatest extent was a noble lady from an extraordinary family. "No, I always feel that. The sudden appearance of such an outstanding woman is a bit abrupt," Sha Hun said. The moment he said this, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment surging in his heart. He finally understood what was wrong. The Alliance was no doubt huge, and each family had hidden geniuses. This was not surprising. However, such a peerless beauty would not be unknown, let alone appear in Lone Bamboo City so abruptly. This in itself was a big point of suspicion and full of dissonance. If the Shah family had such a woman, would our family be so assured to let her come out alone? Although her strength is not bad, when it comes to protecting herself, her peerless appearance is not enough. Shah Hun asked himself. Then he took a deep breath. Sha Yu stood in front of him, and after a while, he didn't speak. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Shah Hun narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "I stopped you just now to let you change into the long dress and walk around. But now, it seems that there is no need for that." Sha Yu also narrowed her eyes. She was also a smart person. She said, "Are you doubting this beautiful woman?" "I am no longer doubting her." Shah Hun took a deep breath and said, "I am almost certain that there is something strange about this woman." Sha Yu said lightly, "I will check her background." "Okay, you must be careful. It may be very dangerous, far more dangerous than the strength she has shown." "Understood, I will be careful." Shah Hun immediately took out his phone and asked Hai Hunshan and the others to gather in the big meeting room. When everyone received the notice, they were all confused. Didn't the meeting just end? What was going on? Everyone went to the meeting room in confusion. Shah Hun narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Everyone, please wait patiently for a moment. I think as long as we wait, we will get some good news." "What good news? Have you found Zhou Xiaoduo's tracks?" Shah Hun just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't give any more information. Everyone was burning with anxiety, but no matter how they asked, he did not speak or respond. Everyone was helpless, but they could only patiently wait with him. A few of the more impatient ones were so anxious that they almost wanted to beat him up. On the other side, Sha Yu had already taken the elevator to the top floor. Sha Yu found the guards of the Thunder Cat and asked a few questions. Then she came down. "Surname Su? Many? This name may not be true." Sha Yu immediately started to send out orders. First, she investigated the big families near Lone Bamboo City. Sha Yu also asked for information about some of the lower middle families, but she didn't have much hope. After all, a girl who looked to be at most in her 20s was already at the god-reigning level. This was not something that a small family could cultivate. At the same time, secretly cultivating a young genius god-reigning level master was not a secret that a small family could keep. Such a beauty that could bring disaster to a country was not a good resource that an ordinary family could protect. Yes, resources, good resources. As a woman, Sha Yu strongly disagreed with this theory. But she had to admit that beauty was a resource in the current world, a good resource. And it was a resource that only the strong could enjoy. The weak couldn't protect such a good resource. For this investigation, to be on the safe side, they directly investigated an area with a radius of 15,000 miles. With the order, the UMNO Alliance immediately started to work. In less than 30 minutes, all the information about the families was sent to them. There were also key notes and comments. Sha Yu quickly went through the list. She first confirmed that there were no big clans with the surname Su. There were 2 medium-sized clans with the surname Su. However, there were many names that didn't appear in these 2 clans. If this girl is not Zhou Xiaoduo disguised as a man, then she must be using a fake name. Many of the names are full of bad taste. After checking again and confirming the situation, Sha Yu stood up without saying anything and went downstairs. From the beginning to the end, she was very calm and didn't alert the evil at all. Zhou Xiaoduo was still in the room, chatting with the Thunder Cat. Zhou Xiaoduo was also calculating the time and paying attention to the time. At this time, under such circumstances, there was not much time left. It was almost time for his whereabouts to be exposed. A young girl who suddenly appeared, and such an outstanding girl, it would be strange if she wasn't investigated. Zhou Xiaoduo believed that it was quite lucky for him to be able to delay until now without being exposed. And the Thunder Cat in front of him seemed to be obedient to him, but when it came to investigating his background, this guy was definitely the most active one. Who knew which Su family had been investigated to now? These days, I feel that the atmosphere is not right, and the pressure is extremely heavy. Beauty's was cold voice carried some concern. She said, when Zhuo Duo shows up, it will be the time of a fierce battle. Child Lei, you must remember to take care of yourself. Nothing else is important, except your life. Hearing the beauty's concern, the Thunder Cat felt lighter all over. He said proudly, don't worry, unless Zhuo Duo doesn't show up as long as he shows up. I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Beauty's was asked curiously, is Child Lei's heavenly thunder mirrors so powerful? No chance of survival, no chance of rescue? What's the big deal about death? My mirror is more powerful than this. The Thunder Cat laughed and his face was full of high spirits. I wonder how powerful this heavenly lightning mirror is? Beauty's was said, it's just a mirror. It's already amazing that there is no chance of rescue, no chance of survival. The Thunder Cat hesitated and did not give an immediate answer. Beauty's was laughed and said lightly, Child's heavenly thunder mirror is the key to the battle against Zhuo Duo. It's right to be vigilant against an outsider like me. Child, you don't have to feel embarrassed, I won't ask any more. She paused and said, actually, it's just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Since I don't have the chance to see it, I'll leave it for another day. After that, he didn't say anything else. This was the second time this topic was brought up, especially after she got angry that the Thunder Cat was so anxious that he almost had acne on his face. He immediately took out a mirror from his ring and said, as you said, the heavenly thunder mirror is just a mirror. This is it. Beauty's was laughed, but did not say anything. She did not even turn her eyes. It showed that I wasn't that interested in this. It's really this. The Thunder Cat said anxiously, look, with this mirror in hand, you only need to. At this moment, the Thunder Cat's phone rang. Moreover, the phone had been ringing non-stop since the beginning. The Thunder Cat looked frustrated. It might be something urgent. I have to answer the phone first. He stepped back a few steps and picked up the phone, saying directly, who is it? What's the matter? Don't you know that it's a great crime to disturb someone's sleep? Hai Hunshan's voice came from the phone. Thunder Cat, are you okay now? Come here, I have something important to tell you. The Thunder Cat said, what important thing can you have? I'm the one who has something important to tell you. The other side paused and then said in a normal voice, it's really urgent. Come here right now. I have something important to tell you, but it's hard to explain it over the phone. Zhuo eyes flashed, and then he became indifferent again. On the other side of the phone, Hai Hunshan grabbed the phone and made a gesture. Sha Hun and the others understood, and started to make arrangements immediately. The Thunder Cat said, what's so important that you can't tell me over the phone? Hai Hunshan said, I told you to come down, so come down. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. It's urgent. The Thunder Cat cursed and hung up the phone. When he was about to talk to Beauty's was, the phone rang again. He looked at it and hurriedly picked it up. Seventh uncle? When he asked his family to investigate this girl, he asked seventh uncle, the head of the Lei family's intelligence organization. An anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Neng Mao, are you still with that Miss Su? At the side, Zhuo Duo narrowed his eyes. The Thunder Cat was embarrassed, saying, Seventh uncle, this. Phew. Seventh uncle understood as soon as he heard this. He chuckled and said, Miss Su is a good girl. You have to cherish her. And, if it's convenient for you, step aside. Your mother asked me to tell you something. The Thunder Cat took the phone and walked out. However, to show his sincerity, to get the beauty's forgiveness, or to be misled by the words Miss Su is a good girl, you should cherish her, he put the Sky Thunder mirror on the table and didn't take it out. I'll come back after answering a call. When the Thunder Cat went to open the door, Zhuo Duo made a prompt decision and put the Sky Thunder mirror into the space ring at lightning speed. Then his body flashed, and he rushed to the window in a semi-energy state. His identity was exposed. There was no doubt about it and there was no luck. But it was an unexpected surprise that he could get a little extra benefit at the last moment that finally he got the Sky Thunder mirror, but just as Zhuo figure rushed out of the window, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded. Miss, where are you going? following which, a golden light shot towards him. Zhuoxiaoduo's body flashed as half of his body and half of his body turned into energy. He dodged the golden light by a hair's breadth and soared into the sky. However, at this moment, there was already a huge net of hands in the air, heading towards him. With a whistling sound, a lot of black spots shot out from Zhuoxiaoduo's hand. Eternal star stones. Densely packed, they rushed out like a raging tide. Chapter 979. Puff, 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 puff. A series of blood-curdling screams could be heard. How could Zhuoxiaoduo not know that this was a matter of life and death? Naturally, he didn't dare to hold back anymore. The first thing he did was to use the starry sky indestructible stones. A total of 200 stones were shot out in one go. More than 30 people were hit on their foreheads, and more than 70 people were hit on other parts of their bodies. Some of the unlucky ones were hit by 3 or 4 stones, but more than 20 stones missed their targets. After Hai Hunshan called the Thunder Cat, he started to make arrangements without waiting for the Thunder Cat to come down. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was alerted. When Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out, Hai Hunshan's men had just arrived. The time difference was less than a second, or even less than half a second. However, Zhuoxiaoduo had already rushed out of the window. That was the difference of half a second. If Zhuoxiaoduo had been slower by half a second, he would have fallen into a heavy encirclement. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to escape. But now, although the situation was still bad, at least it was not the worst situation yet. There was still room to maneuver. Behind him, the Thunder Cat rushed to the window like a whirlwind and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo in disbelief. He roared angrily, "You? For you? Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. He turned his long sword and sent out waves of snow. Sword chi overflowed. Then, he turned into a shooting star with a long roar. There were more than 170 starry sky indestructible stones that were sent out before. They all followed Zhuoxiaoduo as if they were responding to her call. Zhuoxiaoduo grabbed them and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, a young man in white was standing upright with a big seal in his hand. It was shining. Who else could it be but Tu Yunxiao? The big seal had collected all the soul waves and aura of the fighters. Hai Hunshan's white robe flashed as he rushed in front of Tu Yunxiao and said, "Have you collected Zhuoxiaoduo's soul fluctuations?" He moved at such a close distance. Of course, he can't escape. Tu Yunxiao lightly breathed in, his face filled with boundless joy. Luckily, I didn't bring up my soul imprint during the meeting that day. Hai Hunshan took a deep breath and said seriously, "You are really lucky. Sai, this is really..." The two of them had nothing else to say except that they were lucky. When Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out of the window, he spread his half-energy spiritual seal. This was the best way to prevent their original plan. He was on guard. In this way, the soul-hurting arrow and yin-yang mirror would not work. He was definitely prepared. This Thunder Cat. Everyone was speechless. Looking back at the window, the Thunder Cat stood in the air in a daze, staring blankly at the direction where Zhuoxiaoduo disappeared. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Suddenly, he shouted himself hoarse, "Liar!" Tears flowed out of his eyes. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out a few hundred zhang like lightning and stopped for half a second. What he was facing now was more than a dozen returnants profound realm experts. Their divine souls were completely connected as one, and they were coming at him with a resolute momentum. Countless attacks were coming from all directions, and they were concentrated in the middle like a storm. Sword light burst forth, shattering the space and causing black cracks to appear. At the moment when the spiritual seals were about to hit him, Zhuoxiaoduo let out a muffled groan. The wide white gauze dress that covered his body suddenly exploded into pieces and turned into white butterflies. But under the influence of the abundant spiritual chi, they flew in all directions like steel blades. At the same time, with the sound of breaking air, 16 small gourds followed behind the scattered pieces of white gauze, adding to their destructive power. But behind the small gourds, there were 16 star immortal stone hexagonal particles. Using a mysterious method, they attacked. As expected, the sounds of continuous attacks rang out. The returning Xian cultivators who were heading towards them were already prepared to die and were going all out. At this moment, they completely ignored the scattered pieces of white gauze. Although they saw the small gourds following closely behind, what they wanted was to get close to Zhuoxiao Duo as quickly as possible and launch a self-detonating attack. Even though they knew that they would be injured if they took the small gourds head-on, they would rather be injured and take advantage of the situation. Then they felt the small gourds hit their bodies. They only felt pain for a moment. The spiritual qi that had already been detonated dissipated the impact. They couldn't help but feel more relieved. They took the opportunity to get closer to Zhuoxiao Duo. But in the next moment, all of them, without exception, were hit. Their eyes bulged and their faces twisted. The star immortal stone hexagonal particles that followed closely behind the small gourds all hit their bodies. And unlike the small gourds, which couldn't break through their protective spiritual qi, their destructive power was extremely great. With a whoosh, they entered their bodies and tore their bodies apart. Their blood and flesh were torn apart, and their meridians were broken that the people who were hit were in intense pain. They could no longer maintain their spiritual qi. They screamed in agony, "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Zhuoxiao Duo put his palms together and then separated them. With a muffled boom, endless spiritual qi surged like a tsunami. The formation of the 16 people that had been heavily injured by the star immortal stone disintegrated instantly. They flew out in 16 directions. With another flash of lightning, another 3 swords attacked in a triangular formation. It was 3 people who had used the body and sword as one technique to attack. Zhuoxiao Duo snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 16-star immortal stone hexagonal particles in the air shone brightly and met the attacking swords head-on. Because of the sudden change, the hexagonal particles didn't have time to aim accurately. Instead, they forced their way into the sword light. A series of crackling sounds could be heard, and the sword light actually showed signs of disarray. As the party involved, the 3 people holding the swords were the most shocked. They rode on their swords and used the body and sword as one technique. Before they even got close, their momentum had already risen. Zhuoxiao Duo had clearly just broken the previous 16 people's joint attack. He should have been short of breath. Although he forced himself to use the flying hidden weapon to resist the enemy, he could barely maintain it. How could it be powerful? But the reality was strange. The 3 people couldn't see what kind of small hidden weapon it was. It actually made small holes in the swords in their hands. The soul link that they had immersed themselves in for half their lives also lost its effect. How could the 3 people not be shocked? But the 3 people were also people who had the will to die. They still rushed forward with all their might. They didn't care about the damage to their weapons and still pounced forward. Their spiritual qi even surged violently. At the same time, more than 30 people fell from the sky one after another. Kami no Su, who was at the top, saw the opportunity. With a long whistle, her white clothes fluttered in the air. She held a sparkling small gong made of unknown material in her hand. She used her spiritual qi as the handle and her spiritual qi as a hammer. With a boom, she hit the small gong. Immediately, Kami no Su's face turned pale. She had exhausted all her strength. She could only use the space-shaking gong once. Space-shaking gong. It attacked indiscriminately. Boom. Everyone who was affected by the sound of the gong, whether they were in the middle of the battle or those who were waiting outside, all felt a roar in their heads. There were only countless stars in front of their eyes. Their minds fell into a continuous blank. In an instant, they were confused and muddle-headed, unable to think about anything. The whole space was completely shattered. In fact, the spatial cracks even caused countless bloody wounds to appear on the bodies of the people in this space. Fresh blood sprayed in the air like fountains. Zhuoxiao Duo was also disturbed by the sound of the gong. He was confused for a moment, but his body, which had already turned into mist, suddenly became solid. His mind instantly became clear, but he deliberately made it look like his mind was blank. Like the 30 people around him, they all fell down powerlessly. Thin lines of blood also appeared on his body, shooting out in all directions. It seemed that he was also cut by the space cracks. A black light shone brightly. The six-pointed star of the star Immortal Stone returned and surrounded his body. But because the spiritual connection was interrupted by the sound of the gong, it was like a group of little chicks who were calling for their mother but were not answered. They flew around in panic like headless flies. Arrow! Kami no Su was overjoyed and roared. According to the original plan, Sha Hun's arrow should have been shot at this time. After all, the space-shaking gong had successfully created a temporary distraction for Zhuxiaodua's spiritual qi. No matter how short this temporary distraction was, it finally appeared. For those who had been waiting for a long time, it was enough. But now, at this moment, Sha Hun did not shoot. Not only did he not shoot, but he also took a step back. Sha Hun was a smart person. He was thinking about one thing at this moment. When Zhuxiaoduo broke through the window, it was obvious that he had made thorough preparations. Based on the Thundercat's infatuation with him, it was estimated that he had already revealed the details of everyone on his side. Since he had already taken precautions, then their established plan would most likely not work. He had already rushed out just now. With the cultivation strength he had shown, he had already escaped. Although there were many people on the scene, they still could not catch up with him. Even if there were many sniping points set up outside, everyone knew that those arrangements were useless. They could not stop Zhuxiaodua's footsteps at all. Although the gap just now was only half a second, with Zhuxiaodua's previous performance, how could he not take advantage of it? But Zhuxiaoduo did not take advantage of it. Instead, he was intercepted. No, it should be said that he took advantage of it, but there was a strange pause. On the surface, it seemed that he was shocked by the big battle outside the window. But how could Sha Hun believe that? At this moment, he even acted as if his soul had been shaken by Kami no Su's space-shaking gong. He clearly knew that there was a space-shaking gong. How could he fall for it? Sha Hun was cautious and resourceful. The first thought that came to his mind was that there was a trap. This guy wants to trick me into using my soul-wrenching arrow. Sha Hun did not move forward. Instead, he retreated. Sure enough, when Zhuxiaodua's body fell, he did not get the soul-wrenching arrow that he expected. He was disappointed. Coward! You dare not shoot! Zhuxiaoduo was furious. I have been acting for so long, but it turned out to be a one-man show. Suddenly, he was filled with anger. The magnificent sword light suddenly spread out, and those Wizard Alliance experts who were truly shaken down by the space-shaking gong were all cut in half by his sword effortlessly. Chapter 980. At this moment, Zhuxiaoduo suddenly burst out with all his strength. There was a sudden soft sound, and the magnificent sword light exploded in all directions, but there was another light spot, which went straight to the 9 heavens. It went straight to Kami no Su. After the sword light, there was a string of faint shadows, like a shadow, which was the hexagram of the starry sky eternal stone. The speed of Zhuxiaodua's sword at this moment could be said to be extremely fast, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Kami no Su. Kami no Su was at the moment of extreme anger. He was puzzled. We have already agreed that such a good opportunity. Why didn't you, Sha Hun, make your move? In the blink of an eye, Zhuxiaodua's fatal sword light had already arrived in front of him. A cold star went straight to the vital part of his chest. The cat spirit sword, with the speed of chasing stars and lightning, went straight to the vital part of Kami no Su's chest. With a puff, the sword tip had already pierced the vital part of his chest. But the sword tip could not pierce through. A blue water suddenly burst out, and it turned out that Hai Hunshin's Sea Soul shirt had taken effect and suppressed the fatal sword. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Zhuxiaoduo was not willing to give up. The power of the cat spirit sword suddenly burst out, and the sword power increased by 30%, making a sound like muffled thunder, and it was strong enough to destroy the protective power of the Sea Soul shirt. There was only a moment of stalemate, and the Sea Soul shirt was almost torn apart by Zhuxiaodua's tremendous strength. The sword tip pierced Kami no Su, and it was directly pushed out more than 3,000 meters in the air. Crack, 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 Several bones in Kami no Su's chest were broken. At this moment his internal organs were almost all shattered. With another muffled sound, the sea blue light from the sea soul shirt suddenly flickered, and it was on the verge of collapse. Kami no Su was scared out of his wits. Open! The projection of a divine soul came out of his body, and with a bang, it hit Zhuoxiao Duo with a palm. Kami no Su screamed, and his body rolled out, quickly moving away from Zhuoxiao Duo. However, Zhuoxiao Duo had already grabbed the sky shaking gong and pulled it hard. Give it to me. The shadow that emerged from Kami no Su's body had a serious face, and its palm hit down. Let go. Zhuoxiao Duo snorted. I've got it? You think I will let it go? I was already at a disadvantage for not being able to attract that soul-wounding arrow. He pulled with his hand, and the sword chi suddenly flashed. It flashed on the wrist of the frantically retreating Shenwu. The sky's sword spirit sword was the sword, the shadows was the sky, the swords was the sky. The hammer was already in his hand, and he swung it with all his might. With a hum, it smashed onto the body of the shadow. The shadow's strength was naturally very strong, but when it came to the power of the divine soul projection, he could only exert a small part of his own power. At this moment, when he rashly collided with the big hammer, he trembled and floated back. The sword light in the void rippled again, and the scattered starry sky eternal stone that was released when he rushed out of the window just now quickly gathered. The light flashed. Countless forces collided, and the strength overflowed. Kami no Su let out an inhuman scream as Zhuoxiao Duo spat out a mouthful of blood, but the shadow in front of him also retreated abruptly. With a flash of sword light, Zhuoxiao Duo became one with his sword, and with a whoosh, he rushed out. When hundreds of people were about to surround him, he rushed out like lightning, broke through the vast white clouds in the sky, and turned into light spots, and sped away. The big hammer that suddenly appeared had already been put away. Other than the shadow, no one else had seen it. In his hand was the space-shaking gong that he had just obtained, and Kami no Su's 3 fingers were still tightly clasped on the edge of the space-shaking gong. Zhuoxiao Duo did not mind that it was dirty, and with a flip of his wrist, he directly threw it into the space ring. Until the moment Zhuoxiao Duo left, the surrounding space became dense, and the hundreds of people with the burning body order, who were lying in ambush, finally surrounded the scene. But it was too late. Chase! Someone shouted madly. Countless figures chased desperately, and in all directions, there were also people who desperately turned into flowing light and chased after him. Too strong. Hai Hunshan looked in the direction where Zhuoxiao Duo had left, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. From the moment he came out of the window to the moment Zhuoxiao Duo escaped, the entire duration of the fight was less than 6 seconds. And in this short 6 seconds, the combat power that Zhuoxiao Duo had shown made the top geniuses of the Umno Alliance fall silent. They were shocked and even trembled a little. Fortunately, you didn't use your soul-wounding arrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have taken away 2 treasures in a row. Hai Hunshan looked at Sha Hun, who still looked miserable. Sha Hun only felt that his divine soul was in turmoil, and the hand that was holding the soul-wounding arrow was also trembling slightly. Just now, when he was thinking about it, he did not participate in the battle in the end. But the moment Zhuoxiao Duo attacked, he clearly felt a vibration from the depths of his soul. That was a kind of emotional fluctuation of horror. He also clearly felt a monstrous resentment for not using his soul-wounding arrow. It seemed that Zhuoxiao Duo had already regarded the soul-wounding arrow as his own. And Zhuoxiao Duo was especially angry now that his soul-wounding arrow had been taken away by someone else. It was probably this kind of anger. Especially at the last moment when Zhuoxiao Duo broke out of the encirclement, he looked at Sha Hun with eyes full of anger and unwillingness. That resentment, even though they were thousands of meters apart, Sha Hun could still feel it clearly. However, Sha Hun could not understand how Zhuoxiao Duo's resentment came about. Is this your thing? Why are you angry? This is my family's treasure, which has been preserved by my family for countless years. Why are you so angry because you didn't get it? Why are you still heartbroken? But he really felt that the soul-wounding arrow was no longer his. That kind of panic went straight to the bottom of his heart. After thinking for a long time, Sha Han finally understood. In fact, Zhuxiaoduo's anger and Kami no Su's anger were for the same reason. Why didn't you make a move when the plan had already been set? But the mentality at that time was different. Kami no Su's anger was, if you had acted according to the original plan, wouldn't Zhuxiaoduo be left behind? But Zhuxiaoduo's anger was, if you had acted, wouldn't the soul-wounding arrow be mine? I tried my best to get your plan from the Thundercat, but when it came to the last moment, you didn't act according to the plan? How dare you? Well, this was Zhuxiaoduo's anger. Sha Han took a deep breath. In this world, there is actually such a weirdo. After listening to Hai Hunshan's words, Sha Han took a deep breath and answered after a long time. Fortunately, I didn't act and didn't fall into their trap. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. But you, why didn't you act? At this moment, although Hai Hunshan expressed his understanding and approval of Sha Han's decision not to act, he was still puzzled by his overall actions. Just now, everything happened so suddenly. If it was him, he probably wouldn't have thought much about it and would have acted as soon as he saw the opportunity. That was the plan. I didn't dare, I really didn't dare. Sha Han smiled bitterly. If it was any other enemy, my soul-wounding arrow would have killed them immediately. But the enemy was Zhuxiaoduo. The moment I acted, I instinctively thought of another layer. Based on all the information we have, I believe everyone can see that this guy has no bottom line, or even no bottom line. He even disguised himself as a woman, sold his body, and fooled the Thundercat. What more despicable and shameless things can he not do? Sha Han said, he already knew all our plans through the Thundercat. Since he still dared to stay, the only reason is, he is jealous of all our treasures. When he rushed out, he obviously had half a second of time, but he would rather give up that precious half a second and choose to stay and set a trap for the treasures. And in the end, he really took the space-shaking gong away. Sha Han sighed. Sha Han suddenly felt that Zhuxiaoduo's temperament was somewhat indescribable. What kind of person was he? He could even do something as despicable as cross-dressing as a woman, which was despised by all the experts. Moreover, he was able to make the Thundercat, a playboy, fall head over heels for him. This kind of moral integrity, there was really no one else. Sha Han thought about it and felt his scalp tingling. Anyway, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. What's more, he was clearly out of danger, but he would rather risk his life and fall into the trap again, just to create a chance to snatch away a treasure. This kind of greed, to be honest, was enough to make all the young masters of the Umno Alliance gasp in amazement and feel ashamed of their inferiority. They were even completely speechless. You are really not afraid of death. You would rather die than suffer a loss, trying to take advantage of others. Looking at the young masters who were leading their men to chase after them, Hai Hunshan and Sha Han couldn't help but be silent for a long time. Kami no Su's body floated down from the sky. The 3 long tendons on her right hand were drooping, and her facial muscles were twisted in pain. Her whole body was twisted in a weird way. She and Zhuxiaoduo were fighting over the ownership of the sky-shaking gong. In the end, she was cut by Zhuxiaoduo's sword Qi, but because she was in a hurry, she didn't cut her fingers. Instead, Zhuxiaoduo used brute force to pull Kami no Su's 3 fingers over, and only then did she break them. The pain of cramping in the truest sense of the word was not something an ordinary person could endure. Kami no Su was in so much pain that her mind was in a daze. Even her body was being pulled out of shape. The spiritual sense of the elder in her body was smashed by Zhuxiaoduo the moment it appeared. Now, it was dissipating bit by bit, gradually disappearing. This was not the worst. The most miserable was the Thundercat. The mighty cat was standing in the air in a daze. Her face was lost, and she didn't even have the slightest bit of spirit left in her because she found out. Although she now understood that this lady was actually Zhuxiaoduo in disguise, but the Thundercat was frightened to find that she couldn't get out. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.